Yeah, we are back. Zwede, you can continue. Honorable, were you still on? Are you done?
I think I'm.
And Honorable Megan Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to our candidate and wishing you all the best throughout this interview process. My name is Tsegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. I am a member of this portfolio committee on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Now, my question would be around political interference. In your opinion or your observation, in terms of political interference in administration, what would you do as part of your intervention to address this matter?
Thank you very much for that question. I do like that question a lot. I think, there's a perception that it's only like politics or political parties that have interference in governance. I think that's also not necessarily always true. I think that there's also a problem specifically in the administrators as well. They sometimes are very much anti-transformation, and sorry to the old people in this room, they also are old, and sometimes their ideas are out of touch of reality. I really think that a solution to that is that we need to be hiring administrators who are going to be able to drive the agenda of transformation, because it doesn't lie solely on the politics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I take it I also count under the older people. That wasn't a question. Honorable.
Wait. Order.
I will tell you later, Honorable Lonzi, don't worry. Honorable Tsotetsi.
I bet Honorable Lonzi was thinking out loud. It was not supposed to come out. Good morning to, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Good morning to you, Busi. My name is Tiamo Tsotetsi. Now I have one question, but in two parts. One is, my question is around the issues of substance abuse. What impact does substance abuse have on the young people? That is a first aspect of that question. The second aspect is, what are the main challenges in addressing substance abuse in South Africa? And as a potential NYDA board member, in your opinion, how can government, in particular the NYDA and society, better support youth in avoiding substance abuse?
Thank you very much for your question. I'm going to answer it back to front. I think the challenges that we have to substance abuse is that it's multi-layered. It's a deep societal issue, and the response to that is going to be very multi-layered. One, we can always look at, sometimes it is the environment or the community that we live in. So young people are faced with issues of unemployment, homelessness. We know the triple challenges: poverty, inequality, and so forth. So all of these issues can sometimes be a causing factor of this, going to the family environment as well. I think some of the solutions to this is that we need to be addressing these issues that I've just mentioned in youth development in order to then avoid substance abuse in young people. Because if we do not cater to those issues that young people are facing, we're going to be faced with the challenges. And also, not just in communities in itself, also what is the role of the church in society in also coming on board in resolving these issues? What is the role of the community in which we live in as well? So this issue is very multi-layered. It's going to need different stakeholders in collaboration from private, public, civil society. It's going to need all hands on deck to solve it, and not just one entity per se. And the idea that I had earlier on about the NYDA being the lobby group between all of these entities is going to be able to resolve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask if there are any follow-up questions? Honorable Lonzi and then Honorable Chauke Adonis.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Sihle Lonsi, again, member of the Portfolio Committee. I've got a question, but maybe to clarify the previous one, it was the executive authorities, the department, and the minister. The accounting authority is the board, and then the accounting officer is the CEO. But I've just got a question with respect to, because you mentioned the hiring of administrators, competent administrators. And I've got a question, a scenario question for you. You can decide whether or not you want to respond to it through you, Chair. Would you hire a senior administrator in the NYDA management to perform a senior task and duty if that person doesn't have a post-matric qualification? Thank you.
Thanks for your question. It's an interesting one. I think we need to, it would depend, actually, Honorable Lonsi. It would depend on whether that person has had challenges of access to education, because we cannot put strict educational measures understanding the society which we live in South Africa, where people become excluded due to finances and all other issues that are beyond their control. So it would need to be looked at carefully, and depending on the circumstance of the person. And subsequent, if the issue is an education barrier, we can then put some kind of rules and regulations. Maybe in the first 6 months, you must have finished some kind of short course, etc., 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 so that nobody is left behind. We just always automatically assume that access to education is easy, and it's not. So I think it should be going on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Honorable Chauke Aduenes, followed by Dr. Lehlape.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think just my follow-up, or in addition, as a follow-up to Honorable Tiamo's question, in some of your experiences, just putting it into practicality, what have been some of your interventions in addressing substance abuse, and what have you observed as a young activist within your community that you also represent?
Thanks very much for that. So in the work that I do, we have this thing where we have dialogues, and dialogues that are cross-cutting of human rights issues. And what we tend to do when we have dialogues around these issues is that we usually bring in experts of a certain topical issue to young people, and we also do bring in young people themselves. And I think having these different stakeholders in the room engaging on a certain topical human rights issue is always vitally important, because you get different aspects. And what we usually do after that is that we try and take the notes from that dialogue, and we try and put it into something called a policy brief. And what we see is that we will also look at what are the gaps in the legislation in addressing that issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lehlape, followed by Honorable Spies.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on a question that was asked about political interference, where I accept the challenges that go with administrators and old people like myself. But the question specifically was, what causes political interference? And how can those causes that you identify be eliminated?
So sometimes political interferences can be caused by incompetence. It could be nepotism. It could be a multiple issue. I think one of the solutions in which we can resolve that is that we really need to strengthen our oversight bodies, you know, the public protector, auditor general, all those kind of bodies, in terms of strengthening the issues faced in political interference. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable Spies will be the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Sewe. The reality is that a lot of the youth within the LGBTQI community still faces a lot of challenges in terms of equality and inclusivity, and just in terms of their general well-being and, you know, opportunities being given. How would you, if you were a member of the board, approach this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is an issue that's close to my heart. As you always see, my badge has the LGBTI badge. So, as I mentioned before, is that I firstly have worked on I spearheaded the Hate Crime and Hate Speech Bill, which is now an act. It was passed in the National Assembly. So second to that is the question we need to ask ourselves is, now that we have this act, what happens now? We need to be looking at how do we need to look at how do we now make this act come alive in terms of, firstly, what happens in our communities, what happens in the policings when hate crimes are being reported, what happens to general society of young people of the LGBTI. So the solution to this is that now that we have the act, we need to make it come alive, and we need to seriously look at the challenges that young LGBTI people are facing and respond to that. Because in this response, it's not going to be a responsibility of one body or one entity. It's going to be a multi-pronged approach, because the responsibility of changing society is all our collective responsibility and not just members of the LGBTI community itself. Thank you.
And so in particular, just as a follow-up, would you then obviously say that the staff working at NYDA offices needs to be particularly trained in how to in particular deal with youth within the LGBTQI
Yes.
community?
Yes, I do agree. It's also part of the act. It also speaks about that. It extends not just to like members of the board, but governments and so forth. So I think gender sensitive training is vitally important in addressing that as well.
No, Honourable Lonzi, you've already asked 2 follow-up questions. No, but you... No.
Check, the member asked a follow-up and then you allowed her to ask a
Yes,
follow-up
but in-
on top of a follow-up.
But this is her first follow-up question that she's asking. I've
It
allowed
was
you...
also my first follow-up today.
No,
Every day is a different day, Chairperson. You can't say over the past few days you have been
but
asking more
Honourable
follow-ups.
Lonzi, it is my discretion
You
whether
don't
I
want me to ask
allow
the
you...
question.
You've already had 2 follow-up questions.
No, I've had one follow-up question.
Honourable Lonzi, do you want to now... we're not supposed to be...
No, Chair, if you want to make that ruling, I'll respect it. But you're incorrect when you said I've had 2 follow-up questions. I've had one follow-up question.
Can I please appeal to you, Honourable Lonzi? I've allowed members to have follow-up questions. Please, can we ask the candidate to give her closing remarks?
I don't want your plea, Chair. I want your ruling. I've had one
Yes.
follow-up question. You're ruling.
Yes, I'm ruling.
No, thank you, Chair.
Zwede, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for being with us. I want to ask you if there's anything else that you would like to say at this stage.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to thank yourself and the rest of the committee members for this opportunity of being shortlisted and coming to have my interview. For me, as I said earlier on, I have my badge of the LGBTI community. I represent those who are voiceless. I never thought someone like myself, who looks like me, would ever have an opportunity to come here. So I'd just like to thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zwede. Thank you for interacting with us and all the honourable members. Thank you for your passion and for your contributions that you make to your community and for being a voice for many South Africans. We really thank you for your time this morning and wish you all the best. Just to outline the process going from here, we will finalize our interviews today. Next week, we'll be engaging as a committee on our interview process and the candidates, whereafter we will be compiling a report for the National Assembly to consider, where all 400 members will vote on that report. Our report with our recommendations will then be sent to the President of the Republic, where he will then be able to decide on which 7 of our recommendations in terms of suitable candidates will be picked to serve on the next NYDA board. But thank you so much for being here. We also noted that in terms of the public participation process, you were one of the candidates that got so many positive comments. I think you've got a lot of support from the public. I can't remember how many you received. Yeah, you got 311 positive recommendations from the public out there. So really do keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that correct? Or is it just Kelly Baloy?
Kelly Sandra Baloy.
Kelly Sandra Baloy. Good morning to you. Please feel very relaxed. Don't be nervous at all. This is your parliament, so you should just be comfortable. You are here in the presence of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm the chairperson, I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm with honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. Maybe just to outline how the process will work, we've got about 40 minutes to engage with you. All honourable members will be given an opportunity to ask you questions, and you'll have about 3 minutes to answer their questions. And if you're not sure whether you're over time, just look towards my side and I'll be giving you an indication. But thank you very much for your willingness to serve your nation, to serve young people at large. We're looking, obviously we want young people to be nominated for this new NYDA board that have got a passion for youth development, that have got a passion for our country, and that want to really make a difference. So maybe at the outset we can just ask you to tell us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, why you want to be considered to serve on the next NYDA board, and why you are passionate about youth development issues. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kelly Baloy. I am 30 years old, born in a multiracial, multicultural household. I saw the members, when they saw me, they said, "Is this Baloy?" So I was born in a multicultural, multiracial household, born in Limpopo but raised in the Western Cape. My passion is youth development, my passion is working with young people, but more so the broader community. I have an undergraduate degree in international studies from the University of Stellenbosch, and that is where I served on my first board. I served on the Bachelor's of Art faculty, where I was the Community Interaction Portfolio Manager, and I'm also currently doing my master's. I'm at the final stages of submission, where I'm doing my master's in public administration. My dissertation topic is so fitting for this process. It is youth inclusion, youth entrepreneurship, analyzing the gap, analyzing the role of local government in filling the gap in the Kannaland municipality. The Kannaland municipality being in the Karoo, here within the Western Cape, it is where my maternal family resides. Chair, I'm also the founder of a NPO called Girls Leading Change, where we focus on developing skills, leadership skills within young girls, but also advocating against gender-based violence within our rural communities. I have a passion for rural communities because I was born in a rural community, and I'm that city child that has to reside between the rural community and the city. So based on that, I do see the nuances that we are facing right now, the inequalities that young people face within rural communities, but also the lack of access within those communities. So that is where I am constantly, see these differences. Chair, also I have experience within the NGO space. I also have experience in the government space, whereby I do act as a stakeholder engagement specialist, whereby I ensure that we engage with stakeholders. I ensure that the right people are in the room in order to deal with a particular issue, a particular problem, but also educate and inform the people that needs to deal with a specific issue. Why the NYDA? My why for the NYDA is I want to play a role, and I want to ensure that young people are integrated within our economy. At this moment, as a young person, I know that the cost of living is high, and young people are struggling to get by, and young people are sitting at home saying that it is unfair. So I do want to play that role with my academic experience, but as well as my passion, and as well as my career experience, to ensure that young people are integrated. Because when we speak about sustainability, we can't speak about sustainability without speaking about young people. Who is going to sustain our economy if we do not allow our young people to be integrated in that growth process? So that is my why, Chair. I want to play a role, I need to play a role, and being born in a multicultural, multiracial household, I was always tasked with understanding the differences, diversity, seeing the differences within our country, and to also to ensure inclusivity. So that is my why, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, that's brilliant, thanks. Honourable Spies.
get to ask twice. First question. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Kelly. I'm Eleanor Smith, and I'm a member of this committee. And my question to you is pertaining the National Youth Development Agency Act. That is an act that was established by Parliament, as you would know, in 2008, and it was subsequently amended in 2024. And my question to you directly is, in your view, can you elaborate your understanding on the functions of the NYDA in terms of the Act?
In terms of the Act. Thank you so much, Member. It is important for us to understand where the Act stems from and also what the Act needs to address. We look at the National Development Plan, which speaks to decreasing in unemployment and decreasing poverty and the inequalities that we are facing in our country. So that is the overarching view, the long-term goal for the country as a whole. And then we also have that runs in alignment with that, the National Youth Policy, which speaks to the challenges that was highlighted within the National Development Plan. And the National Youth Policy speaks to the importance of economic participation with young people, social cohesion, a youth machinery, a youth development machinery act. So that is why the act is so important, because it is the implementation arm to deal with those challenges that was highlighted in the National Development Plan, as well as the challenges highlighted or the mechanisms highlighted within the National Youth Plan. So the act speaks directly to initiating, coordinating, monitoring and evaluating all youth programs on local and provincial levels. And remember, it's so important to also note the important roles that provincial plays and local level plays within youth programs, within youth development, and assisting in dealing with youth programs. So we know that the NYDA doesn't have a legal framework to engage local government, but through the intergovernmental relations framework, it is said that they need to assist in, addressing youth issues and assist the NYDA in implementing those programs. So the functioning of that is, like I said, from the mandate, it is to implement, coordinate, in youth programs within local and provincial level, but at the same time, the functioning is those actual programs that needs to be played out and rolled out within the provincial and local levels, because that is where our young people are.
Thank you. Honourable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Welcome, Kelly. My name is Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today is, the Act provides primarily for the NYDA as a unitary structure, responsible for implementation of youth development programs, including the mainstreaming of youth development activities by all stakeholders. So the question is, what strategies would you recommend to ensure that the agency effectively implements youth development programs? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member. When it comes to implementation, it is about the success of the implementation. And number one would definitely be clear communication of the policy. In communicating the policy clear to our stakeholders, which is our young people. Our young people won't be able to achieve or to make use of what the policy allows for if they do not understand the policy as a whole. And when I speak about clear communication, we need to understand the barriers of communication that we are facing. That is accessing our young people, as well as the language barriers that we are facing, speaking to young people on their level, speaking to young people in their language, also understanding the different cultural diversities that young people are within, and clearly communicating that to them on that level so that they can understand and make full use of what the policy allows for. The next will be, in order for implementation to be successful, implementation strategy, what we need to do is adequate resource allocation. If we do not have the right amount of resources to implement any implement any strategy, it will not be successful, because halfway, 50% of the way, we will find out we don't have the adequate resources. We are not able to roll out a particular program, or when we say we want to assist 20 businesses, but when we assist 10 businesses, our resources are depleted. So it is very important that we have adequate resource allocation for our implementation programs and strategies. The third one would definitely be stakeholder engagement, engaging with our stakeholders, which is our young people, constantly engaging, understanding the gaps that we are facing, understanding what our young people are going through, understanding that our young people are despondent because A, B, and C. They cannot pay a 50 Rand to go to the NYDA office. How can we meet them halfway? And through stakeholder engagement, we are able to see the nuances, or to able to see the limitations that young people face. So that is why stakeholder engagement is very important, but also monitoring and evaluation, monitoring the implementation of strategies, and through that we are able to mitigate any potential risks.
Honorable Shamango.
Thank you, Chair. Is it still a good morning? Yes, good morning, Ms. Baloyi. Want to take a sip of water?
Yes.
I can give you a drink. It's okay. You're good.
Thank you.
Okay. My question is on the mandate of the NYDA. And you can have one or two answers there and elaborate. In your own assessment, do you think the NYDA performs its mandate efficiently? If yes, how so? If not, what are the shortcomings, and what are you proposing to strengthen the shortcomings, to make sure that you strengthen the duties of the NYDA?
Thank you
You
so
can
much.
also provide us with practical examples of what you will be proposing to strengthen the functions of the NYDA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member. The NYDA for the past 5 years has made great strides that we must acknowledge. They have made great strides when it comes to digitalization, and as well as reaching more young people than the previous years. When it comes to are they efficient, or I would have to say there is certain barriers that we are facing. Number one would be, if the NYDA needs to address certain issues and certain matters. For instance, the bureaucratic inefficiencies that young people are facing when applying for funding for financial assistance. Also, like I said, the resource allocation, increasing resources and making resources available for young people. I think that there is a lot of room for improvement in that area. And when I say that, I want to use the example of a young man that has 5 chickens at the back of his yard. He wants a broader space, he wants a bigger space in order to increase his business. Who do we send him to acquire land in order to start his business? So when we send him to the department of any department or any financial institution, they will ask him, do you have security? And we know that a young person won't have security. They do not have a bond that can act as security for them. So the NYDA, when I say room for improvement, that is definitely an area that the NYDA can tackle. It is that bureaucratic inefficiencies that we are seeing, but at the same time also within the mandate of the NYDA. So sorry, member, can you please repeat the second question?
Okay. In the question of in your understanding, your assessment, is the NYDA performs its mandate according to the Act? Your answer can be yes or no. If yes, how is the NYDA performs its mandate? If your answer is no, what are the shortcomings? And then you give us the practical examples in relation to your answer, either yes or no. There's no right or wrong answer. We want to get your views on this question. Thank you.
And remember, I cannot answer yes or I cannot answer no because there is tangible examples that they are fulfilling their mandate. And I mentioned the bureaucratic inefficiency as I spoke about the resources. But when it comes to lobbying stakeholders, the NYDA is doing that, and with regards to the programs that we do see tangible programs. But the question that we really need to ask ourselves is these programs making the necessary impact? And that is where I will have to say that the NYDA can fulfill their functions and fulfill their mandate, but is it making the necessary impact? Thank you.
Honorable Tsotetsi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. It's still morning. So my name is Tiamo Tsotetsi. I will be asking you a question around good governance. How would you ensure good governance in the National Youth Development Agency if recommended for appointment by to the board?
Thank you so much, member. I will start with fairness. It is important that whatever program we do, we are fair. And when I say fair, I say this when we're going into different communities, we go in with the same professionalism and we go in with the same standards. And also we ensure that all young people experience a high standard of assistance and service. That is when it comes to fairness. And then I'll speak about responsibility. As a board, we need to be responsible for, our reporting, our ensuring that we are submitting our reports. I know it says that according to the Act, we need to submit our reports every 2 years to the minister, but also with additional reports. We need to be responsible as a board and not shy away when we are requested to account for certain things, and that takes me to accountability. We need to be accountable. Like I said, we need to be accountable with providing accurate information as to what is happening internally with the NYDA to the community, to our stakeholders, because our stakeholders depend on us. Our stakeholders depend on our impact on them. So that will be accountability. Also transparency. What is happening within the NYDA? Where is our money going? Where can we save? Where is wasteful and fruitless expenditure? It's being transparent about it, but at the same time, saying that this is what we're going to do to mitigate these type of risks. And then also risk management. We as a board, we need to be able to manage risks. We need to be able to see the potential risks that we are about to face and have mechanisms in place in order to deal with those risks. So that is, personally for me, 5 principles that I personally would want to account for, and also 5 principles that wherever I am in my job or at work, at my workplace or in the NGO space, that is for me good governance. It's the fairness, it's responsibility, it's accountability, it's transparency, and also risk management, being able to mitigate risks. Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Chalke Adonis, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Silfato Megan Chalke Adonis. I am a member of this portfolio committee, and welcome to you and wishing you all the best. My question would be around governance, and one would want to hear from you, what are the 5 principles of good governance, and also how are these related to these principles related to good governance in the practice of service delivery, but also how can you ensure that good governance is applied within the NYDA?
I think that links on to, thank you so much, member, that links on to the previous question with regards to good governance. And I highlighted my top 5 principles, but then I will definitely have to go back to the transparency, accountability. And when I speak about transparency and accountability, we speak about accounting to our stakeholders, and definitely doing the necessary submissions with regards to our auditing, our financials, what are we doing with our financials. So it is definitely transparency, it is accountability, but at the same time, I would have to say those 5 principles are the 5 principles that I will answer this question with, the ones that I spoke about right now, previously with the previous question. But focusing mainly on accountability and transparency as a board, but also looking at being able to solve problems, to solve problems head on, highlighting those problems within our community and how we can deal with those problems. Also another aspect, or another principle of good governance would be, it is diversity. Being able to understand the diversities within our communities and also approach our stakeholders, understanding those nuances of diversity. So if it's, like I said, if it's language, if it's gender, approaching those young people from that aspect, and that is the way we will be successful when it comes to service delivery. Also stakeholder engagement, again, stakeholder engagement is so important. Engaging with our young people, understanding what is their need. If we don't understand the needs of the young people, how are we able to serve them adequately? How are we able to, service them, like I said, adequately? So it's definitely the stakeholder engagement that is a highlight with regards to good governance and also providing adequate service delivery.
Thank you so much. Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Sihle Lonzi, a member of the Portfolio Committee deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. Welcome, Kelly. You've got a very impressive CV, especially as it relates to volunteerism, which is what I think we need more of in such institutions. I've just got one question, because I see in 2013 you engaged in a program that was dealing with the underlying causes of HIV and AIDS, be they power relations, gender issues. I'm reading your CV. And then I imagine you would know the situation that's been happening with PEPFAR, President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. And I'd want to get your view there, since you are involved in that space. How do you think that is going to impact the work that you are doing here in South Africa as a result of that proclamation from the United States? Thank you.
I think you're speaking directly to the Girls Leading Change organization, that we deal with young girls between the ages of 15 and 24. And it is exactly the issue that we are facing right now, that young girls between the ages of 15 and 24 is showing a high increase of contracting HIV and AIDS. And that can be because of many reasons. It can be because of poverty. It can be because of the lack of education. It can be because young people are not the lifestyle that young people are exposed to right now. They don't receive that necessary support. So the funding that we've received through PEPFAR is being cut off. And right now, many young people are also without a job. Many researchers that has been working for organizations that has been funded by PEPFAR are unfortunately right now without any jobs. I know I've received many messages from young people that studied with me because we are in the social development space. They unfortunately are sitting without jobs right now, which makes it a greater issue for us, because right now our funding is being cut, jobs are being lost, and also aid is being cut off. I know that the HIV and AIDS the medication is also being cut off. But this also poses an opportunity for South Africa to seek other opportunities, to seek other avenues where we can receive the necessary assistance, but also we have great minds within South Africa that can come up with alternative ideas. So when we look at a risk like this, we must also look at the opportunity. And I do believe that it is an opportunity for us as South Africans, especially the young people, the great minds that is within South Africa, to come up with alternative ideas. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Lonzi. Honourable Mabel.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Baloyi, I'm Honorable Khwekana, also a member of this committee. Ms. Baloyi, the National Development Plan highlighted that having a relatively young population can be advantageous, provided the majority of working age individuals are gainfully employed. Then, taking into consideration the current labor market situation in the country, can you recommend to ensure that public and private institutions prioritize employment of youth, of young people, both skilled and unskilled, with the aim to reduce youth unemployment? Can you, do you understand the question?
Thank you so much, Member.
Okay.
I think I jumped the gun with my first answer with regards to the National Development Plan, with regards to the decreasing poverty and inequalities and our long-term vision for year 2030, where we want to see the country go. But I do want to touch on the National Development Plan, highlighted the crucial issues that young people are facing with regards to unemployment. And they also, in the plan also it notes the need for education, the need for skills, the need for development of young people, the need for job creation. And then that is where the National Youth Policy speaks in alignment with addressing those issues like the economic participation, getting young people integrated within the economy, getting young people into jobs, getting young people involved in active citizenry, getting young people involved in volunteerism. And when I speak to volunteerism, is that when young people volunteer, they can put that on their CV. And companies can see when they apply that this young person is serious about being involved within the community. So we tend to overlook volunteerism, but it can help you get in the economic space with experience, because I know companies ask for 10, 15 years of experience. How can I, as a young graduate, produce 10 to 15 years of experience? So through volunteerism, you know, that is also a way of ensuring that you as a young person looks appealing, you know, to the job market. And then we speak about education and skills, educating our young people so that they are able to be employable. Education is a powerful tool, and we will continue to reiterate that. We will continue to educate our young people with skills, develop them with skills, so that they are able to access certain opportunities, but be well equipped for those opportunities. Social cohesion, getting young people involved in the discourse within our community, getting young people involved, whether it be politics, whether it be the NGO space, whether it be writing a letter to Parliament and you know, showing that they are upset about a particular matter, involving themselves in that conversation, getting young people's priorities on the agenda. And that is one thing that the NYD Act speaks about, is promoting young people's priorities. And another matter is health and well-being. When we speak about health matters, we can speak about many things. We can speak about gender-based violence, we can speak about mental health, we can speak about the reproduction aspect of health, getting young people, I want to say healthy, so that we can understand, getting young people active and getting them the necessary resources in order to get them where they need to be in order to be successful citizens. And it is through that if we can get those mechanisms correct, if we can push young people in those areas, we will be able to service the young people so that young people can be appealing to the job market. But at the same time, it is up to, it's not up to, but private civil society, the NGO space, local government, national government, provincial government, they do play a role in creating a enabling environment for young people to be able to be active citizens within the country, but also sustain our economy. So it is very important that we continue with our stakeholder engagement, with our financial institutions, with our state, our organs of state, as well as the NGO sector, because those three stakeholders play a huge role in ensuring that we are able to meet our goals. But also I want to mention, and I want to go back to the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, which speaks to assisting the NYDA to ensure that that enabling space is created for our young people. Thank you, Member.
Thank you so much, Ms. Baloy. Honorable Polwani.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good day, Ms. Baloy. I'm Honorable Polwani. I'm a member of this committee. My question, ma'am, in the previous years, there was there had been a perception that the agency only served a certain section of the youth. So my question is that what can be done to change the negative perception among young people about the NYDA?
Thank you so much, Member. There is a perception of the NYDA, and I don't think that we must shy away from what is the sentiments with regards to the NYDA. And as a young person wanting to serve on this board, I had to deconstruct those sentiments with regards to the NYDA. What I would like to mention is that we need to close the communication gap. And when I say the communication gap, that we need to go to the young people in the areas that is untouchable, whereby people don't go to those areas, and that is the rural areas. It is the young people that falls under the vulnerable group of the disabled. We need to ensure that we close that communication gap, we close the gap between those young people, and we serve them. If you're referring to certain groupings, whether it be because of financial differences, whether it be to language differences, we need to ensure that we meet our young people at their need. We need to ensure that we meet young people at where they are. We need to go out there. We need to be foot soldiers, we have to say, and ensure that our young people have access to these services that the NYDA creates, so that the perception can change that this is not only an organization or an initiative for a particular grouping of young people that is able to speak a certain way, that is able to fill in a particular application. If a young person cannot fill in an application because of some or other reason, we need to make sure that there's mechanisms in place to help and assist that young person so that they can form part and they can be a part of the initiatives and the services that the NYDA services. But like I said, Member, it is important that we go to our young people. We have technology that is a big, it is activized and it is helping us so much. I saw that one of the candidates was able to stream in and do his interview online. That speaks about access. And that again speaks about local government, because it is part of my dissertation. How can local government create that environment where young people can engage and make use of the NYDA's programs, help them understand what the NYDA is all about, and at the same time make sure that young people fill in that application, that young people are streamlined into the services that the NYDA provides. And that in itself will change the perception, because what happens is they call it a telephone service, whereby one person influences another person because of their experience. And that continues and it continues and it continues. And like I said, I hear and I see the perceptions of the NYDA, and I would ask them, did you personally experience? And they will say no, but that is the conversation in that particular community. Why isn't NYDA going into that community and changing that perception? And there is a constant conversation on social media whereby we need to state that these services are available to every and any young person, and that speaks again to fairness. Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Chair. It's me again, Ms. Baloyi. Am I confusing the surname now? Yeah, it's Baloyi, yes. The NDP highlighted a need to address political administrative interference in the public sector. In your own opinion, what are the causes of political interference in the administration? That's the first question. What are the causes? And how can these causes be eliminated? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member. I will start by saying that it is important that any administration sticks with their mandate. That is why we have that legal framework. The legal framework is the guiding document to any organization, to any initiative. And where political interference comes in is when we fail to ensure that the mandate of any initiative, any organization is being fulfilled. So that will be my starting block. It is that we need to continue to reiterate what is the mandate of an organization, what is the mandate of NYDA, and stick with that mandate. That won't allow, as a board, when we stick with our mandate, we can't allow any political interference. We can't allow any outside or any ideas or agendas that comes in. With regards to the administrative side of the NYDA, the chairperson and the CEO would have a friendly relationship to understand the entity as a whole, but at no point can the board interfere in the administration of the NYDA. The board can advise, the board can give the necessary direction, but when asked, they have the liberty in order to, provide certain, direction or certain assistance when it comes to the administrative in itself. So when I say how can we avoid political interference, we need to stick with our mandate and not allow any interference from any entity. And our main mandate is to serve the young people of South Africa. It is to develop the young people of South Africa. It is to create programs that will create impact through our young people. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Baloyi. This is now your opportunity to our time. Oh, have I skipped you, Honorable Kanile? My apologies. Oh, my sincerest apologies. Hey, please forgive me, honorable members. Honorable Kanile, followed by Dr. Leclambe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Welcome, Ms. Baloyi. I'm Angel Kanile. I'm a member of this committee. I'm just going to go straight to my question. What are the main challenges in addressing youth substance abuse in South Africa? And as a potential NYDA board member, in your opinion, how can government, in particular the NYDA and society, better support youth in avoiding substance abuse?
Thank you so much, Member. Our integrated development strategy speaks directly to this particular point, the substance abuse. The strategy speaks about a holistic approach to dealing with substance abuse. We also see that through this strategy, it speaks or it asks us to see it from a health lens, seeing that addiction is a health issue, and that is when we need to bring in the health department and social development. The adolescent and youth Act also speaks to this, that with regards to stigmatization of those that are suffering with substance abuse. When it comes to young people right now, we have a thing called FAS, the fetal alcohol syndrome. And through that, we see how young people that are born with the syndrome is susceptible to addiction. And that is why we need to see it from a medical lens, and we need to see it from a health lens, and we need to see how we can assist these young people. But the broader community, education, we need to educate our communities to understand a simple thing like FAS. Because if they understand that this young person, before they were born, a decision was made, and it placed them at a disadvantage. What it would take another young person to smoke once, and they might not even be addicted, but a young person that has that syndrome, they are so susceptible to that addiction. What do we do with that young person? That particular young person is unable to focus in school because of what they are struggling with. The environment that they're living in, we need to bring social development in. So as the NYDA, we need to educate our communities. We need to educate them with regards to stigmatization, how we should not stigmatize young people that is facing substance abuse, but also through our stakeholder engagement with primary health care, where these young people can go, where they can be diagnosed and provided with the necessary medication.
Good afternoon. It's me between you and lunch for the members. My name is Khosi Letlape. I'm an alternate member of the committee. When it comes to substance abuse, you're talking about after the fact, that it's a health condition, but that would mean you are already a person who is abusing substances. Can you speak to what are the causative factors? How can we prevent youth uptake of drugs? What are the causative factors, and how can we get into the space of preventing youth from taking drugs?
Definitely through education, educating young people on the disadvantages of substance abuse, but at the same time creating practical activities to deter young people from, engaging in illicit activities like substance abuse. Sports is a vital role within our communities. Young people want to get involved in activities like sports, like social clubs, and that is where we need to involve our NGO sector. We need to, I said in the previous question, on my answer, I spoke about stakeholder engagement. The NGO space has a vast amount of experience with regards to activities catered for young people. So through the NYDA, we need to involve our NGOs, our experts, with high-level knowledge to keep our young people off the street, to ensure that activities and programs are put in place that deals directly with our young people, but at the same time, job creation is very important to get young people in jobs. And I use the example of the young man that wants to acquire land to start his chicken business or his egg business. If that young man can produce eggs and sell it at a cheaper rate for its community, that young man can actually prevent crime in some or other way. If he can sell eggs at a cheaper rate, and a young man that is between, I want to go and break in a house because I'm hungry, I want to feed myself, and I can afford this egg, you have just prevented crime. So job creation, creating social cohesion within communities, creating the necessary support, creating the necessary activities for young people to be directed to, can avoid and prevent the use of substance abuse and also any other criminal activity.
Thank you so much. Ms. Baloy, I haven't skipped anybody else. Unfortunately, it's not lunchtime yet, Dr. Letlape. We still have one more candidate. So you're not between lunch and anything else. Ms. Baloy, I wanted to really thank you, but before I do that, is there anything else that you would like to say in closing?
Oh, no, I just want to thank the supportive staff for the communication. It was a seamless communication. We were kept up to date. We provided the necessary documentation. So I really want to thank the supportive staff for the communication with us. Thank you.
I think it's been a sentiment that has been raised by all or by many candidates thanking our support staff, and I think we really do owe them a huge thank you for everything that they've done to help us with this process. Ms. Baloy, thank you so much for spending time with us. It's wonderful to hear your passion. It is also great to see the work that you are doing in your community, especially all the projects that you are doing in services of young girls. I also see the mention that you are actively involved with sanitary towel distribution. That is something that's very close to this committee's heart, sanitary dignity. So really do keep up the good work. Thank you very much for spending time with us, sharing your ideas and your projects. And just to say that this committee will finalize the interviews this week. Next week we will be deliberating on candidates, and from there we should be able to compile a report for the National Assembly. It will serve in front of the National Assembly. We are hoping to recommend 10 candidates to the President, and the President of the Republic will ultimately then exercise his prerogative and choose members that will serve on a new NYDA board. But we wish you well. We thank you for everything you do already in the space of youth development and in service of young women. Thank you very much, Ms. Baloy.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Ndlela. A warm welcome to Parliament, although I don't have to warmly welcome you to Parliament because you have been here many a times. You have been to this portfolio committee often. You are therefore a well-known face to all of us. So a very warm welcome to you. I don't know if you've been watching the interview, so you should know the process and you've gone through this before. We've got 40 minutes with you this morning or this afternoon. Each honourable member will be engaging with you. You will have about 3 minutes to respond to each member. If you're not sure whether you're going over your time, you can just look this way. I don't have a red card, but I'll give you an indication. So maybe just to start off with, I think it would be important for you, Ms. Ndlela, to this morning tell us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, but you are also a current board member, so what motivated you to want to reapply to serve again on the NYDA board? And maybe tied to that, what you can list as some of the successes during your tenure on the board. If you can just start there this morning.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to honourable members. My name is Thulis Ndlela. I am born and raised in KwaZulu-Natal. Whenever I am asked to introduce myself, Chair, I naturally gravitate to where I was born. I was born and raised in the rural area of Impendle, just outside Maritzburg. I did most of my primary schooling there, and then obviously I went to the University of KwaZulu-Natal, did my first degree is in law and political sciences. My second degree would have been an honors degree in international relations, and then I recently did my postgraduate in finance, investment, and management and banking. This is, insofar as my academic background is concerned, I am, is indeed true, Chair, I am a member of the current NYDA board. Not sure whether to say interim, no, current, the arrangement that having been appointed in the last process. Principally, Chair, I am an entrepreneur. I'm a young entrepreneur. I run a company that operates in the Port of Durban. We are a diving consulting contracting company, so we principally do diving work around the ships as and when we are required. So the name of the company is iGobi Marine, so that is what I principally do every day. That is what I was doing yesterday. I couldn't watch yesterday. I did watch on the first day, but I couldn't yesterday because we had work. So hopefully things haven't changed much. So lastly, on why I would have felt the need to apply again, I think it's important for me to say that the NYDA board did a lot of work, because when we got in, we were a board that came in after a 15-month period in between the boards. So there was a lot of work that needed to be done institutionally instead of in terms of making sure. So it wasn't a simple handover. There was no handover from one structure to the other. So we then did a lot of structural work, and I do believe that we've stabilized the organization. We've gone through difficult moments, but we've stabilized the organization. And I felt it important to avail myself, if of course favored by the committee and the process, to be able to be that gap, to bridge that gap between the last board and the next board, insofar as institutional memory is concerned, and the ability to ensure that some of the things that had not been achieved, had not been we've not been successful in, are able to be carried through. So I do think it's quite important. And maybe just to highlight one of the achievements that me and my colleagues on the board hold as one of the significant achievements of this board is that we are the first board of directors in the history of the institution to have the integrated youth development strategy adopted by cabinet. And it's important to ask colleagues because what the IYDS does is it allows you to create a framework to implement everything else. So without the IYDS, you really aren't able to move forward from a policy point of view. And we're particularly proud because that work we did ourselves. When we got in, we didn't outsource to consultants. We did ourselves as this group of NYDA board members. We went and did consultations. Obviously, young people had a lot of input in it, but it wasn't work that we took and gave it to a consultant and say, you must run with it. So we're particularly proud about that. This is not the only thing, but I think just to give a highlight of what we are from a policy point of view, particularly proud about, I'd say that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndlela. Over to you, Honourable Shabanga.
Thank you, Chair. And good day, Mr. Ndlela. My name is Fisani Shabangu. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. And we welcome you and we appreciate that you still want to serve in the NYDA. And we wish you well and we hope you will prove to this committee that you really want to serve in this committee.
Mama, just speak a little bit closer to the mic for the sign interpreters.
In your era as a member of the board, the NYDA did not receive a clean audit for the year 2024-2025 financial year. In your opinion, what role could the board have played to ensure that this did not occur? And thank you, Chair. That's my question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Shabangu. The NYDA's, maybe let me just give a background to the audit finding of the Auditor General. It relates to the one item on accounts payables where the report could not give, an aging analysis on the accounts payables. Now, what caused that in particular was around the changes that happened in that year. The NYDA has gone through a process of digitizing, which means we had moved from a one particular system into another financial system. This financial system that we had moved into was built in-house. We felt the need to limit the costs of money, spent on licensing. So we took a decision to develop a system in-house, but that system was not well developed. There were glitches, but insofar as one area is concerned, which is the accounts payables. If you go through the management report, which I'm sure this committee is aware of the NYDA, there is no irregular spending, there is no fruitless spending, there are no findings made on procurement, there are no findings even made on performance information, meaning all the targets that had been set were able to be met. But the one issue on your financial records, the one particular aspect relates to the aging analysis on the accounts payables, which is why I attracted, and we take responsibility, Honourable Member, for that. We have, as a board of directors, following the audit outcome, we took a decision to implement consequence management, which had to start with us. And that consequence management meant some of our board fees, we took a decision that some of our board fees would be docked as a result of that, because simply, whether we understand the explanation or not, but the truth is we did not get a clean audit, and there must be consequences. There must be consequences from us, there must be consequences going down. So we have done that, but in order for us to be able to do consequences with the finance team, you needed to say, we as the drivers of the bus were caught off guard, and we needed to be able to deal with it. We understand the explanation. The explanation makes sense to us. We know what happened, and we have taken corrective measures of it, and we understand this to be a rather corrective issue. But the truth is, there has to be consequences, and we have taken that. Thank you.
Polwane.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good afternoon. If it's afternoon, Mr. Njela. My name is Honorable Polwane. I'm a member of this committee. I'll go straight to the question. My question is, the National Youth Development Agency was established by the Act of the Parliament, which is NYDA Act of 2008. The Act was amended in the last year, 2024, Act number 11 of 2024. Could you briefly elaborate on how the function of the NYDA has changed since the amendment of the Act? The new one.
Thank you, Chair. The new Act as now amended. When the amendment process, when we got in the amendment process, had started, but it hadn't really moved as far as certification by the state law attorney. So we did have an input. What was important for us was to allow the NYDA to have ability to interact with other government departments and organs of state, insofar as them collaborating and being able to assist the NYDA further its mandate. Because we believe, and colleagues would know, that if you go through the history of youth development in this country, you would remember that there was a debate at some point at the collapse of Umsobomvu and the National Youth Commission of whether you needed to have a ministry of its own, of young people. And the decision taken back then was that youth development is not a function of a particular department, it is rather a collective effort of everyone. So which is why when you make a new act, you must then integrate the National Youth Policy, you must integrate the integrated youth development strategy, which was not there in the previous act, but you must also enable the NYDA to have the power, other than collaboration, to initiate its own research, commission its own research in order to answer pertinent questions that relate to whether giving ammunition to the NYDA to advance a particular message or to be able to lobby differently. So that function of being able to be allowed to be given your own research capacity was one that was very important in order for you not to rely on third parties, and also help create the framework that will allow for youth development to go forward. So basically, on a nutshell, it was allowing the NYDA to function better, collaboratively with state-owned organs, but also with government departments and even the private sector and civil society.
Thank you, Mr. Ndlela. Honorable Tiamo. So it's it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and Dumela Raizu. Look, I have, my name is Tiamo Zodetsi, a member of this committee. I have a question which I want to ask in this fashion. One is a statement that has been publicly canvassed around your NYDA. Now I'm asking because you are the sitting board member.
Yes, of course.
And this statement suggests, you can either answer it or not, but it's the statement which drives a perception which says that you in the board, you are happy to conduct the NYDA work dressed up in your organizational regalias, and as a result, you are intimidating young people who are You may want to answer it, but the main question, which you must now answer, is in the context of your mandate. What do you understand to be the shortcomings, and what are the innovative ways in which you are proposing as part of responding to these shortcomings? And what are the practical examples that you would give direct us to in as far as this question is concerned? Do you want me to repeat?
Only that last part, Honorable, through you, Chair. I got the first part, but my worry is when you say that last part, if you could just the last part of the question.
So first you point out to the shortcomings which you would have seen, the innovative ways in which you would put in place. The third one is, what is it that you can point out to that will give us a sense that those innovative ways are able to work?
Oh, thank you, Honorable Member. I think I got you. Look, I'm one of the first people to admit that the work of the NYDA, although commendable, has not scaled enough. We've got a scalability challenge, and the scalability relates to the availability of resources. When this board wrote a handover report, which we presented to this committee, we indicated that the difficulty you have with existing in 43 out of the 54 districts is that you've got to strike a balance between taking money to open an office and have presence everywhere, but you then have little money to be able to execute the work. So inextricably, you're going to end up having people who are in office, but without the resources to execute any function, because you prioritized your ability to be able to exist anyway. So the first challenge is scalability, which then requires resources. But we all know, Honorable Members seated here, our fiscal position, which means we've got to look for these resources elsewhere. And I think it's important for the NYDA to use its lobby mandate or its lobby powers to be able to engage, particularly with the private sector. Not for them to say, look, some of the money that you hold in reserves. There is a study done by the Wits School of Business of the amount of money held in reserve by the top 40 JSE listed companies. It goes into the trillions. Now, this is not money that is sitting there as profits. I'm talking reserves. And you've got to be able to engage with private sector to unlock these reserves, because to them, it's important for them as well to have a stable economy so that their business continues to be sustainable. So it's not it's a win-win in a way, because if the business is successful, you are then able to have more young people employed, and if there are more young people employed, you are able to achieve what is called a democratic dividend. Because right now, although we've got the components of a democratic dividend, but we do not have it, and we mustn't sit here and present as if we do, because we do not. We have significant challenges, and that is what we need to do. And then, Honorable Member, the first part of your question, I reluctantly wish to respond to it by saying, and I must underscore that I'm very reluctant to respond to it. I wish to respond to it by saying, in this current board, if everyone who supported any political party were to wear their T-shirt in this current board, this board that we're in, it wouldn't be the same color. And because of that understanding, we have always been able to be tolerant of one another's political views, respect each other's political views, and we have grown a friendship. You know, there are people you don't know. You just know this one belongs to this political party, but as you work with them, you realize, no, man, this person is a young person, is an activist, is as committed to youth development as I am. And you grow a friendship beyond your views on a particular matter. So what is important is in the creation of a culture at the NYDA is that everyone's right to belong to a political party must be respected. But when it comes to work, young people, irrespective of the color of the t-shirts they wear, are young people and they are faced with the same kind of issues. And it's important for us to be able to respect it at that level, but also don't say people mustn't affiliate to a political party, but just not at work. Because at work we are affiliated to youth development and all of us have got a responsibility to deal with that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a good morning to, I hope it's still morning, to our candidate, and wishing you all the best throughout this interview process. My name is Tshegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. I am a member of this Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Now, my question would be around the perception that the public has of the NYDA. Now, in your view, prehistorically, it has the NYDA amongst young people has had a very negative reputation, let me say. But now, my question to you would be, in your view, has this negative perception since your time in office changed? And if yes, perhaps you can give us practical examples or references as to how you have seen this. If not, can you tell us how you, going forward, if you were to be part of the NYDA board, you would ensure that you are able to improve on the public perception of the NYDA?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member. I think the answer to this question is in twofold. As young people, when we took up the task, we were well aware of the perception around issues of you submit your business idea in the NYDA and then you don't get funding, and then a few months later, a relative of a person who works in the NYDA is implementing your idea, you know, and which is part of the things that led us in the innovation to implement what we call the ERP system, which is now a digital way of young people interacting with our services, which now means we are now able to track at what point did this person receive this service and at what point did this person, so there's no business plan now, there's no young person running around with a business plan, you know. All you do, you register your profile, you come in and you are able to get business management training, and after that you go for what is called a pitch. It is during the pitch that your idea, whatever idea you have in business, together with the business management training that you've been getting, are able to be fused in front of a panel. We normally work with our stakeholders. It's not only NYDA people, but we normally work with stakeholders at different areas in order to allow an official of SEDA to say, you know, we as SEDA believe in what you are saying. We think this can work. And you then run through that process of acquiring funding. Now, how that has addressed the perception of stealing of intellectual ideas of people has really helped lower the negative perception. But I also want to say this, Honourable Member. If there are 10 young people in the room and the NYDA helps 3, the other 7 are not happy. It's not because the NYDA, someone has been corrupt or anything, but the truth is the other young people deserve to be helped. The 7 are not happy, and that's the truth. And that is a resource thing, you know. When you look at our targets, we target to assist young people, provide them with grants, but we cannot target as we wish. We have to target as the budget allows, you know. So so that's why I'm the first person to say to you, if the question is, have we done enough? No, of course we haven't. But have we done nothing? Of course not. So that's why I'm at a point where I say some of the perception is not going to be on the wrongs that are done. It's going to be linked to the inability of the resources to allow the NYDA to be present. So when a person from rural KZN says to me, we don't have an office of the NYDA, I take that. That is true. But like I explained earlier, it is really a catch-22. Until you're able to expand your resources, you really aren't able to get to everywhere you need to go. But it doesn't mean you mustn't try to be present and to maintain some form of presence. What is important with the little that you have, do it right, so that at least out of 10 young people, 3 will say, "Ah, but mina bangisiza." Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Bible.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good day, Mr. Ndlela. I'm Honorable Khweqana, also a member of this committee. Mr. Ndlela, the National Development Plan highlighted a need to address political administrative interference, which sometimes causes instability in the public service. Now my question, in your own opinion, has the NYDA experienced political interference in the administrative, and how was it dealt with?
Thank you, Honourable Member. We have not experienced it, Chair, but because we are young activists, we were alive to the possibility, and we know the history of the NYDA, colleagues. You know, when the NYDA started, it was known as a gravy train of a certain political party. Now, some of the things that caused that is you did not have what is called a proper delegation of authority between the board and the CEO and the rest of the management, and between the board and the minister. So in a delegation of authority, it's a document you sign between the shareholder, who is the minister in this case, together with the board, the accounting authority, and the accounting officer, so that it clearly spells out that this person does that, this person does that, this person does that. It now stops the people who are supposed to conduct oversight from being operational. Let me make an example, colleagues. There is an issue of the Office of the Chairperson of the NYDA requiring a budget. Typically, all budgets are approved by the board. So if the chairperson of the NYDA requires a budget, it means the chairperson will have to approve him or her own budget. But through the delegation of authority, you take that function, you put it to the Audit and Risk Committee, who by law, in terms of the Companies Act, must be a committee comprising of majority of people who are not in the board. So the chairperson must be an independent person and the majority of the committee, so that you can have people who will look at this without saying, "Hey, Mara, the chair is my friend, let me try and assist," or not the chair to sit here and say, "I'm approving." So you've got to be able to understand the institution you are in. In this case, the NYDA requires a very strict delegation of authority regime, because if you are able to master that, everyone knows where to go, everyone knows what to do. There is now then no difficulty insofar as managing that. And the political interference, we are then able to deal with it from the side of the management. And then from the side of the minister as well, we really have had no political interference. It doesn't mean we sit and agree, Honourable Member. Ourselves and the minister disagree on a number of things. But because there is a delegation of authority, we know when we disagree on this, we must engage until we find each other. This is what we must do, and this is what the minister must do. So we are able to work together in a way because it's clearly defined. So if I'm on the board, that would be my first advice to whoever leads the board, to say, listen, you need a strong delegation of authority. And even if I'm not, I hope this is recorded, you need a delegation of authority, a very strong one, in order for you to avoid any ambiguities. Thank you.
you, Sompisi. Over to you, Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Sihle Lonzi, a member of the Portfolio Committee and Parliament, deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. Thank you, Mr. Dlela, for re-availing yourself. I believe you are sitting in the current board.
Yes, that is correct.
And perhaps this question will be relevant to you as someone who would sit in this board, and I see on your CV on other boards. So when people speak about the King report on corporate governance, I think the one that is so fashionable to reference is number 4. But what a lot of people don't know is that King report on corporate governance is a development of one, which was, in 94, and in the early 2000s, 2, and then 3, then 4. So perhaps take us through. I want to get your understanding of the development of that particular document, because I think it informs a lot of the things that you'd be dealing with at a governance level. So please take us through your understanding of the development of the King report on corporate governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lonzi. I hope I said it well, Lonzi.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
Thank you, Chair. It's important to say a person's name right, especially when they can say Mr. Ndlela. Look, Honorable Lonzi, the rules on corporate governance, as per the King Committee, by the Right Honorable Gentleman Mervyn King, what they do is they are a guide to companies on how to deal with corporate governance. But the recent court judgments have said in South Africa, for public listed companies plus state-owned enterprises, they are no longer a guide. They are now have got the same effect as law. How this develops is when you hand over someone a company to run, you need to trust that that person understands their duty in relation to the shareholders and in relation to how the community they are in is going to be affected. Now, this change is what you would have seen in the versions from version 1, version 2, and almost in version 3, you would have had a shareholder-centric approach where the role of the board of directors is to make sure that they increase value for the shareholder. So the shareholder is almost like an alpha and omega. But when you go to number 4, the King Code 4, which is the current codes right now, I'm aware there is a King 5 is now up for public comments, but it hasn't been, for that process hasn't been finalized. But if you go to the IODSA website, you would find it for public comment. What the King 4 did, it moved away from what you would call a shareholder, a primacy kind of regime into a stakeholder understanding. When you say the value is not just to the shareholder anymore. It's now to the stakeholders, which may include your workers, if it's a private company, which may include the surrounding community of a university where the university exists. Like in the case of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, it exists within a particular community. That university, when it reports in the integrated report, it must not just report on its effect to how much it has acquired and how much money it has increased for the shareholder, but it must also respond onto its activities here. How has these activities affected the broader community it surrounds in? What is the environmental impact of a particular plastic manufacturing company into the work? So relating to the NYDA, it really helps us, if you apply King 4, to not only look at the numbers. You know, colleagues, we come here and we show you the numbers. We say to you, we've funded this amount of people, and we do so because we are required by law to come and give you the numbers, because when the financial year starts, we show you the numbers. But when the financial year ends, we need to come and say, what we said before ties up to this. But honorable members also know there's something that this committee does called oversight visits. There we are not showing numbers. There we are taking you to a human being and saying, here is a young person, we have assisted with this, this is the business. So we're now doing what? Impact. Now it's no longer about numbers, it's impact. And I'm aware we were supposed to do it at the beginning of January, end of January, it couldn't happen. I'm sure we are going to do it soon. I've been made aware that it's going to come to KZN, if I'm not mistaken, very soon. So there we are taking you, honorable loans, by hand and saying, here's a person. It's not a number, this is a person, and they tell you their story, and they show the equipment, if you bought equipment. So then it's more of a stakeholder impact on the kind of work that we do. So this is the changes, the evolution throughout the years that has allowed where we are today. And obviously with King 5, we shall wait and see where we are going.
Thank you, Sompisi. Dr. Leklape.
Where are we?
Okay.
We have an esteemed candidate all over the place.
Good governance. Good governance.
Good governance.
Yes.
Okay. They say we're going to talk about good governance with you. And my name is Khosi Leklape.
Yes.
Full name is Khosi Itzile.
Khosi Itzile.
I hope you'll try that. I'm an alternate number.
Yes.
Now, since it's on governance, I'll just follow on what you've just told us about King 3, King 4, imminent King 5. And the fact that when it comes to state-owned enterprise are dealt with like commercial companies. In terms of the NYDA, having a component where you're giving grants, you're now giving loans, does that change the nature of the company? Are you now a trading company? Because when you give loans, people have to pay you back. Where would you be governed now? Would it be PFMA that has preference? Would it be King Code that has preference? Would you be a hybrid? And just in addition to that, you've spoken about the delegation of authorities. It should be a governance document separating or guiding the issues of an executive chair. Do you think it is advisable to continue with a chair that is executive going forward? Or is there potential for governance challenges as you go forward? Because you don't want to write rules for the presidency that are written for Mandela and then Trump comes along.
Thank you very much, honorable member. I think the important thing is maybe let me just give a bit of a correction. We don't give loans now. It's the other way around. We used to give loans when we were Schedule 1. We are now a Schedule 3. We don't give loans, we give grants. So we are indeed, we function differently. Because as a Schedule 1 PFMA company, we were alongside your IEC, your demarcation boards and stuff like that. But now we have moved to Schedule 3, which has its limitations, which include the fact that we can't go to the capital market and raise, because we're not like ESCOM, who are Schedule 2, who can go on the capital market and raise funds, which is why none of the solutions and the ideas that I came with include going to the capital market to raise funds, because by law, a Schedule 3 cannot do that. We don't have the borrowing capacity, which also means we can't be given a bailout, because our debt can't be guaranteed, which is why we don't have any debt. So we are governed slightly differently because of that. It's true, our business has changed, but it has changed to the other way, as the honorable member was suggesting. We were not going the other. But we are still part of PFMA. Every state entity, if you are in municipality, it's called MFMA. But when you handle taxpayers' money, you've got to be able to be aligned, with the proper handling of public finances. And then the second part to your question, this matter was debated, actually, if I'm not mistaken, in this very room. It must be in this room. On whether you must have an executive chair or not. And historically, when you go to what the NYDA's decision was at the time of taking it there, the still conditions remain the same, in the sense that you need, on top of oversight, but you need activism. So the NYDA board is not just an oversight board only. It also must have an element of activism. You've got to be able to have an element of activism and agitation and lobbying and nagging and being on the throat of government officials, being on the throat of the private sector, highlight the crisis that the young people are facing on a daily basis. Now, you can't do that if you only come once every 3 months, a quarter, to approve and monitor and evaluate the already approved strategy. That's why the decision to remain with the chairperson, who is executive, I believe, in my view, is still a correct one, so that you can have a person who is going to continuously agitate for youth development right across the board. But like I said earlier on, it's possible for you to do something right with all the good intentions, but there are unintended consequences of every decision. In order to avoid those unintended consequences, you have got to put in place what I call a delegation of authority in order to safeguard yourself and protect the integrity of the institution. Thank you.
Honorable Kanile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Ndlela, and welcome. Angel Kanyile, and I'm a member of this committee. Mr. Ndlela, as a current serving board member, can you please tell us how have you given effect to the 5 main principles of good governance, and tell us what would you do to enhance the NYDA adherence to the principles of good governance? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've as the board of directors, we've led our work with the highest level of integrity, befitting of the NYDA board or any other board. If you look on social media, and if you look on just a simple Google search, there's no scandal you're going to find relating to this board of directors. We really have made sure that we're scandal-free, and that didn't take effort, colleagues. It took just everyone understanding what we need to do, that we are here to approve the strategy. We work on the strategy, and after approving the strategy, we are sitting in committees, and the committees on a quarterly basis, they look at how we work and whether we are closer or away from our work, and we do our work diligently. We've had to be very accountable. We've had to be very accountable. We've had to be very competent. Sorry, we've had to be very competent, because for you to be able to uphold integrity, you've got to be competent. You've got to be a competent person, and I believe the board, the 6th board that we were approved in the 6th administration, was a board of very eminent young people who had achieved quite a lot by then. I looked around, and I was really one of the least qualified in that board, and they were able to hold the institution responsible. We were very responsible and responsive to young people, and we were able to, in that, increase our level of accountability. When things don't happen right, there was one time where the system was down, our ERP system was down. This must have been in the first year of our board, because I remember we were on oversight work in the province of Gauteng. And a young person approached us and said, you guys, you are saying to us we must apply, and today is the last day, but your website is down. It's easy to check, and we realize it's down. We had to, to be held accountable, to extend the date, and to be able to say, we need to investigate how it happened and how long it's been down, and extend the date by the hours or by the days. If it were days, it turned out to have been 8 hours, by the 8 hours that had been. So the level of accountability that we have held ourselves to ourselves, each other, and we believe, in terms of the board of directors, if you don't get it right as the board of directors, the culture, the corporate culture in the institution you can never get it right. That's why when things go wrong, honorable member, and we don't get a clean audit, the first people to say, we are going to put our head on the chopping board was the board of directors to say, we have not done what we needed to do. We're going to dock our fees, and then everyone else follows. Obviously, the levels change. You know, if you were sitting behind the desk, you were supposed to produce the age analysis report. There's a different level of consequence to you. But even us, we couldn't just say we relied on what you said. As a result, we are absorbing ourselves. So I do believe that in terms of accountability, in terms of fairness, in terms of transparency, we really have done our work in a way that has been without any question. Now, the question is, can we improve? Of course we can. I do think that if I'm part of the next board, we will have to improve. We will have to find innovative ways, use technology to be able to increase our accessibility of young people. It really helps that young people, when they are frustrated, they can send you an email. It really does. If they can't find you or your email address, they can go onto your social media profiles and DM you. The amount of queries I respond to on my social media, you know, you need to put yourself out there because you came here and you said you were available, and it's important for you to remain to be accessible to young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sombusi. Honourable Spies. Honourable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Mr. Ndlela, my question to you today is going to be very short. It's going to be about substance abuse. So the question reads as follows. What impact does substance abuse have on young people in South Africa?
Yeah, it's if only it was as simple as read out. Yeah, it was. You know, look, colleagues. You know, I spoke earlier about something called the democratic dividend, which really is about your young people are the majority of your population, and as such, your workforce is going to help you grow your economy. That only works if these young people are employed. That only works if these young people are economically active. Let me not say employed, let me say economically active, because the two are not the same. Now, if these young people are languishing in drug abuse, not only does it reverse the potential of a democratic dividend, it becomes a democratic crisis, because you really now are dealing with the impact of social ills. Becomes a high level of crime, gender-based violence, you know, low levels of skill, in the, you know, a high dropout rate. But I've also often had this conversation with those close to me, that I truly believe that if we are to deal with the impact of drugs and substance abuse, we've got to start at home. For me, a nation is made up of communities, and communities are made up of families. And if in the family unit you are unable to nip it in the bud right there when it starts, then you are going to have significant challenges. We must provide support for child-headed households, because there is no one who is old enough to be able to provide that kind of support and that kind of wisdom to the young ones. We must provide that support because they are the vulnerable ones. But we must also urge those families where parents exist, for parents to parent, you know, for parents not to say, no, government decided that young people have rights, as a result we are now hands-free. You know, which is why it's important. As part of my other life, we ran a program in our community, Mlazi, where we went into households and said to, we had gone to the Cancer Association, we had gotten early indication signs of behavioral changes in a person who's now into substance abuse. We take this pamphlet in this other church I go to, honorable members, we take this pamphlet and we say to the person, to the old person, the mother, we find their mother, we are from this organization, we are raising awareness about drugs. But this pamphlet tells you about early warning signs of how behaviorally a person changes who's now into drugs. And then there are numbers here of a rehab, a social worker, and all those things. But what that does is it allows a parent who sees these behavioral changes to then call for help. Because praying is good. It's good. Our mothers pray when we stress them and whatnot. But then after prayer, then what? It's important for them to then call this number and seek for help. Because this thing of drug abuse, it really will be curtailed at a home level, at a family level. Because this chasing drug lords and whatnot, if you stop drug lords from getting supply, if you stop them from getting customers, then you won't even have to chase them. They will leave because they don't have customers, you know. Now, instead of trying to stop them, just stop the customers from being customers. And that is my humble view. And I do believe it may not be a silver bullet, but I do believe that if you can stop the customers from being customers, then the drug lords will have nowhere to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Spies.
I don't know exactly where we are in the questions. There's a question we skipped, but it's okay. Okay. So I want to ask, and that's my question, Mr. Ndlela, good afternoon. I mustn't assume because you are on the board, when we've seen you, that I mustn't introduce myself, so let me be orderly and introduce myself. I'm Eleanor Spies and I'm a member of this committee. You've given us a lot of perspective by virtue of you being a board member, of serving on the board. And the work of the board primarily is obviously working with one of the most vulnerable groups in the country, and most important groups is the youth. And one, in executing your job or your responsibilities as board members, or the result is that we want you to, as a board, have results that really transforms the lives of young people. And importantly is for a board to be able to do self-introspection, to look at their activities and how they conduct themselves. And my question is then to you, what do you view as the common mistakes that boards make?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. It's a very difficult question because it sounds like a performance appraisal. But what normally happens is, like I said, you meet someone, you don't know them, you were interviewed along them, here, and you didn't even see them. I've only seen two people, the lady who just left here and the gentleman who's going to come, those are the only two people I've seen. But as we work along, we work together, we get an appreciation of how good-hearted and how committed a person is to youth development. You cannot help but grow a friendship out of that. You build a relationship with that person because you see in them what you see in yourself, this passion and this fire that you have, you see in this person. Now, it's natural for people that work together to be close to one another. But the difficulty then comes when you disagree with the person, You disagree with the person, and most boards then collapse at the point of, but I hold this view, but I'm still your friend. I just hold this view, And it's important in how you engage is that right from the chairperson, you must create a culture of, if you have an issue about me, don't allow me to hear it from Honorable Lonzi. that you said you have an issue with me. If you have an issue with me, come to me, because my doors are open. I will listen to you. And when I am critical of you as my superior, you must have the emotional intelligence to know that it comes from a good place and be able to then say, I am grateful for you coming to me with this, even if you don't agree with what I'm saying, but appreciate the fact that I've done it. So a lot of boards, you know, a lot of these things are not written in the King codes. They are not there. But the ability to manage one another should start from the chairperson, who must create an environment where people are free to talk to one another about the issues but don't talk to a third party, because when I hear it from a third party, you're going to make me to be defensive, because I'm going to think I'm being attacked, you know, to say, oh, but these ones, they were caucusing. Why were they caucusing about me? You know, so it's important to manage it in that way at an interpersonal relationship and be able to say, look, we remain colleagues and friends, but we just don't agree on this issue. So if you are able to deal with that, you are able to deal with the personal things. And then from an institutional point of view, you just need strong charters, strong committee charters. You make sure that there are no cross functions. You don't have a committee that does the work of the other committee, you know, so you are able to know, everyone knows, this is my lane, I'm working on my lane, and that's it. That way you are going to minimize any forms of, and if you hear that someone was gossiping about you, the first person you must call is that person who was gossiping about you. And then you say, yeah, what were you saying? You know, so, and then when they say, I didn't say that, you patch in the other one who told you and say, okay, we are now speaking all together. This one said this. That way you are able to avoid rumors and all these things, which is why, as this board of directors, we really have never had skirmishes, people fighting, because we were just matured enough to confront one another. We disagreed, colleagues, many, many times. But we were able to rise above that and understand that it is about youth development, and in the broader scheme, it's about us trying to move young people forward. Thank you.
Yeah, before I get there, St. Lela, I hope I got your clan names correctly. Yes, Sompisi, Mpemba. I don't want to be.
No, that is correct, ma'am. Yeah, that is correct, and it's quite impressive.
Thank you. No, I wanted to say, you know, the problem that we often got as a portfolio committee, and you have appeared before us, you come, you tell us the NYDA is doing well, and then when we question you, for example, you say, well, remember, we're doing what we can within our budget constraints. Now, there's often this dissidence between what we think you should be doing and what you are actually doing. For example, I'm thinking back on one of those last presentations where we saw you spending the money on the overseas trips, as an example. So my question really is, considering that we are not seeing movement in terms of the youth unemployment crisis, we are not really seeing movement in terms of the many ills, social ills that young people are facing. And then on the other hand, you are saying, but remember, Chair, the NYDA is now stronger. But my question really is, if you had to be given an opportunity again, what is probably the 4 most important things that you would want to prioritize to see a more robust, more successful, more visible NYDA that serves the needs of all young people? You might have touched on some of it, but a new vision, because it's a new administration, we're looking for new candidates to serve on a new board. What would be a new vision for the NYDA to make it stronger, better, more credible and accessible?
Thank you, Chair. I think partnerships, in one word, partnerships. We have got to increase our partnerships with government organizations using the intergovernmental relations framework that helps you in dealing with that. Because I truly believe that unless you are able to improve your educational outcomes at a basic education level, the challenges you have today are guaranteed in the future. So you've got to be able to, just at a basic education level, improve your outcomes. But education for me doesn't start at school. For me, education starts at home. You know, how you see your father, your mother, your grandmother, or whoever. You know, I grew up seeing my mother etunga, you know, using a sewing machine to make clothes or whatever and sell that to people. The ability for me to see that at home, that it's possible to enterprise, made it possible for me many, many years later when working for an organization that was doing peace keeping and peace building on the African continent, not the Rwanda style, the other one. It was possible for me to leave and start a business, you know, because I had seen it at home. So that kind of family setup, that kind of family support, you know, there are many young people with talents. We grew up during our time when you wanted to be a singer, your mother would tell you, but what do you mean? You know, but the world has changed. You've got to be able to have those supports. So collaborations with basic education, collaboration with social development, you know, because there is where, even with higher education, because they are responsible for the budgeting of career guidance. It's with them. Yes, we're supposed to partner with them, but the money lies with them. So you've got to be able to increase collaboration with government departments to help them do what is called youth mainstreaming, which is really about making sure that the ideas and the needs of young people are infused right from the initiation of the project, when they are thinking about the project. I mean, today, the buzzwords is the government has put in a lot of money on infrastructure development, and we've got to have the NYDA has got to engage with the ministries responsible for that to make sure that from a state procurement view, you are able to cater for young people, because the Preferential Procurement Framework Act as it is, based on price, cannot work for young people. You cannot open opportunities there. So the biggest buyer of goods and services in this economy buys in a way that does not allow young people to play a role. Let me make an example, Honorable Member. You are running a construction company, you are a 1GB. You've just opened your company, and you get a tender from a municipality. A tender document expects you to have references of the work that you have done. Where? How will I find that reference? So it is that kind of sensitivity engagement that you've got to have with all these structures to say, guys, do you realize that when you make this requirement, you are excluding this group of people? So I would say that's the one. The number two is you have to engage with the private sector. They have got to see value in investing in this economy, because outside that, we are sitting on a time bomb, and this time bomb once exploded in July 2021. We don't want it to explode again, you know. So you've got to be able to make sure that you increase, you know. There are engagements that we're having now with the JSE listed companies through the JSE, the structure, but you've got to increase those, and you've got to look at the other levers of power that put pressure to capital to be able to say, guys, when you meet that NYDA, don't think you are just meeting young stars, you know. You really are meeting people who are representing, because they are on the ground, they know where the issues are. So for me, it really would be collaboration, it really would be partnerships, because until you can expand your kitty, you really are going to fund as many young people as your kitty allows. And maybe through you just to respond to this thing of international trips, just so that it's not left untouched. There is a lot of value attached to recognizing the fact that there are things you know you don't know, that other people elsewhere know. There are things, and in those things, you've got to travel to those places in order for you to be able to come back and say, like we reported in this committee before, I think we were sitting in the other building, that some of the successes that came from our Singapore trip is that there are young people in this country who are in the fashion industry, whose clothes are now available on the Shein global platform, because the company Shein is headquartered there. So as part of our, and those young people, whether they end up saying it or not, but the truth is their market has exponentially increased. And you wouldn't have been able to make that engagement without you opening yourself up there and going there. We go to Brazil every year in order to take our postgraduates who are in agriculture to go, because Brazil has a similar agricultural, climate to ours, to go and learn new techniques, because food security is important to young people more than anyone else, because the day you can't feed your society is the day you will realize that nothing that is written in the law makes sense to anyone who is hungry. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to allow for those 3 hands only. Oh. I can't say no to you, honourable members. Honourable Lonzi, followed by Honourable Mabel, Honourable Kleklape afterwards, and then Mama Shabango, and then we'll wrap up.
What are your clan names, Chair? I heard you ask the...
It's Shenge, for sure.
No, I'm playing, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is...
What was the time allocation for this candidate? I didn't hear you say.
No, we had the same time allocation, but remember he's a current sitting member of the board, so there is extra time to interrogate him. But I will, I think, follow-up questions. Do you have to fly to catch?
No, it's okay, Chair.
Or is he running?
I'm at your disposal. I don't
Are you going to miss your flight? Okay.
I was actually preparing for another round of follow-up questions.
Oh, but then you must be honest, honourable member, that's where you're going.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Honourable Lonzi.
No, thanks, Chair. My name is Sihle Lonzi, member of the Portfolio Committee deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. I've just got one question, because you made a nice scenario about if you've got 10 young people, chances are you're going to fund 3. Well, not that that's how it happens, but you'll fund 3, then the 7 are not going to be happy. And I think that's economics, limited resources for endless demands. So it triggered me to ask, can you give me, because you're a current board member, can you give me 3 businesses or initiatives of young people that are sustainable, that are currently working and functioning as a result of assistance that they received from this past term of the NYDA? You don't have to speak too much to them. You can just give the names and a short explanation, and then I'm happy with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honourable member. Yes, and I will give you these 3, and then say to you, honourable member, the next time we go to KZN, because I think the committee's visit, whether I'm still there or not, is going to be in KZN. That is practically what happens throughout the day. We take you to, for instance, there's a young man who runs a coffee business based in KZN. I don't think we will take you to him again, because we took the last portfolio committee. We must now show you other people, He was the last person to be seen by the last portfolio committee. He runs a coffee business on Florida Road. He was assisted by the NYDA. So I don't know the name of the business. I know where it is, and I know that, I wouldn't know the names, honourable member, because I'm not operational, All we do is we make sure that if there's a target to be met, we're able to know, and we do our oversight even outside of the committee. So that's why I can tell you this person is there and this person is there. For instance, now we went to portfolio, or Chair, I don't know if I should allow.
Sorry, Chair, because I did it with other candidates as well, so that when I'm taking notes, I don't disadvantage the candidates. I just want the names. So you're saying you don't know any 3 names of businesses or companies. You don't have to go through the details. It's okay. You can just say to me, there is this company, it's called this, we have assisted, it's currently functioning. Number 2, just the names, or you don't know them.
No, Chair, it's through you, Chair. I wish to say this to you. If I did, it would be improper. It would be improper for me to know the names of the people that have been assisted, because when we do oversight, we go to the person. And when we get reports and we get reported to, we are getting reported against the target. So it would be improper. The next question, if I were to answer that, the next question would be, Konje, how do you know these names?
No, I'm not asking if you have a relationship with them. I'm saying it's a success story to say, look, there's some company that was doing bicycles. It's called Eco Bicycles. I'm not saying, do you know the owners? I'm saying, do you have 3 success stories of the board? Just the name of the company, not that they are your friends or you are related to them. If you don't know, you can just say you don't know,
Yes.
and then it's not an issue.
Yes, Chair, but thank you, Honourable Member. But Honourable Lords, I'm getting to that. Like I'm saying to, there's a waste management company stationed in Khayelitsha. We saw them this January. He's a young man who was part of our program. He actually was part of our volunteer program. And then he decided to start a waste management company. We have supported him. We've recently helped him to go to Department of Environmental Affairs. And then the second one is there is another company that does printing services. They're also based in Khayelitsha. We also saw them in January as well. But I want to mention this one from Mpumalanga. We saw him last year, Chair. We saw him last year, and I'm giving you stories because these are, I'm able to follow up with the actual names, or eco tourism, whatever the case may
Chair.
be.
If you don't know the names, my brother, you can just say you don't know. Because that's the question I'm asking, Chair. I'm not asking about the stories. I'm asking about 3 company names that he knows that he's current board assistant. If he doesn't know, he can just say, look, I don't know it off the top of my head.
But he's just said,
Maybe
he's
I'll
told
send
you
it.
that. He said he doesn't have the
He doesn't know.
information.
Then I don't want to hear the story.
And he explained why he doesn't have the information.
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Mabel.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Ndela, youth unemployment went from 46% in 2021 to 55% in 2025. Would you agree with me that your term of office, your term of office as the board member, the conditions of young people actually became worse under your term in terms of impact? And what I want to know, what is it that you are coming with that is different from what you were doing that will change the lives of the young people in this country in terms of job opportunities and employment? What is it?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, with the greatest of respect, Honourable Member, your numbers are not correct. They are not correct because the latest labor quarterly survey indicates a drop in unemployment, and this is for the last quarter of 2024. Now being February, it's not possible for us to have 2025 numbers. But that does not mean I am sitting here saying the lives of young people have gotten better, because I'm a young person myself. I know that things have not gotten better. If they have marginally gotten better for a marginal group of young people. So I'm not here defending because I am saying we have done extraordinarily well. And if I believed that we had done extraordinarily well, I wouldn't have availed myself. I'm availing myself because I believe there's still work to be done. And I believe that there's a lot of foundation that has been laid. We have created enough confidence in the public service for us as the institution now to be in partnerships with majority of the sector education and training authorities who are able to help us augment our resources, but we want to do more. So I want to say, in short, I've availed myself because I thought the job was not done. If I thought the job was done, I would have stayed at home and I wouldn't have availed myself. But that does not mean, Honorable Member, that I am saying I agree to these numbers, because these numbers are not correct. Thank you.
My question is not answered. The
No,
one
Honourable
that,
Member, I'm
what
not
is
going
it
to
that-
allow follow-ups on follow-ups. We will be here for we're already over time. We can't, there's 2 more members. Sorry, Honourable Mabel.
But it's not answered, Chair.
Which
I
part?
ask, what is it that is new? He'll be bringing or is coming with to change the lives.
He articulated
young
it
people.
earlier when he spoke about partnerships that he would want to engage in, engaging with private sector. He did articulate his vision of what will be new. Honourable members, are we okay in terms of our interactions for this afternoon? Okay. Ms. Ndlela Sompisi, thank you so much for being... It's Sompisi or Mpemba? PC.
Are we
Yes.
done, Chair?
Do you want? I'm going to ask him to make closing remarks.
Before,
Dr.
I just
Leklape.
wanted one question. We're going to austerity measures. We have challenges with the budget. So the organization is not going to get more money, or significantly more money. How do we become resourceful with what we have? I went to your last offices in a very expensive area, expensive part. You are moving to Sandton. Would there be room for more affordable offices so that you can then mobilize the resources to open the branches in the other 7 areas? If you go to a modest area and you reduce your costs of over expenses, but it's also, we're trying to serve poor youth, but we're living in Sandton. I just want your...
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think I'm going to couple it with my closing remarks, Chair. I want to say that the offices that we had were significantly pricier than the ones we have. We've recorded a saving on that, which is what the benefit of going out on the market is, because if you've been locked on a lease for a long time, through increases, you end up paying more than, far higher than the market rate. So when you go on a fresh open for proposal or open for quotations, whatever the case may be, you inevitably make a saving. So we are making a saving, and I think at the next sitting where we report, it's easy for that to be done, because we'll be doing our end of the financial year. You'll realize where the saving is being made. And it's important for colleagues not to confuse the head offices with the district offices and the service centers, because where the head office is, it shouldn't really be an office that determines where other offices are, because what is important where service delivery happens in the agency is right at the coalface. And we have, and it was important for us engaging with labor, as if you change locations. Remember, I spoke earlier on about a stakeholder model. You can't drastically change, because what you are going to do, you are going to disturb the routine of people who have responsibilities and they have placed their lives right around where you are located. So as part of the engagement with labor, it was important for the requirement to say within a 5-kilometer radius. And that 5-kilometer radius was adhered to in order to allow for as minimal disruption to the staff that work there as possible. Now, having said that, Honourable Member, it does not take away from the point that you made that we need to be able to do more to become more accessible to young people, not only in the physical way. Like I had explained earlier on, it's difficult for us to spend money to be more accessible in the physical way, because you are going to have less for that. But even our availability insofar as engagement on social media, engagement with young people, making ourselves out there in order for us to pass on the information, because the difference really is about access to information, and the young people have got to be able to access enough information for them to help themselves for them to be able to better their businesses, those who are thinking of starting to start their businesses. That is what is important. And then, Chair, in closing, I'd like to appreciate the opportunity. This is probably the longest I have spoken in this room. I normally sit here and support the chair and answer 2 or 3 questions. I want to appreciate the opportunity to be interviewed. I really do not take it lightly, and those that I represent do so not take it lightly as well. And I wish you all the best, colleagues. And maybe where I would have come across as offensive, I do wish to apologize to anyone if I did. My apologies both here and at home, because I know it's live. My apologies, but this is where my views extend, and I'm happy to be engaged on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ndlela. Thank you for spending the afternoon with us, and thank you for sharing your insights and your experience so far at the NYDA. I just wanted to say that, in fact, we are looking here at the report of the last oversight visit to KZN, and the details of the coffee shop and the name of the coffee shop that you mentioned is in this oversight report. And you are quite right, we are coming to KZN at the end of March, and it will be a great opportunity for us then to see your offices, to see some of the projects that you fund and support as the NYDA. But thank you so much for making
Thank you,
yourself...
Chair. Can I ask that this name be given to Honorable Lawrence, please? He really needs this name. Can I please ask? I beg of you.
Okay, for the record, it's Sequel Coffee Shop in Florida Road, Morningside. That's the one. No, but it was, at least it is in the report. We'll make the report available to him. So I wanted to say thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your insights with us and your vision for a stronger, more robust NYDA. We wish you well with your business and your travels back to KZN. From here, the committee has only got 2 more candidates that we need to interview. From there, next week we will deliberate on the candidates, and we will then compile a report for the President of the Republic and for the National Assembly. Honourable Speakers. And then we will hopefully have the President indicate to us soon which 7 candidates he will pick to serve on a new NYDA board. But thank you so much for your time again, and we'll be in touch. Thank you.
Nicholas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nicholas Nyati. You are most welcome to Parliament. I don't know if this is your first time to Parliament, but if it is, you are most welcome. Please don't feel nervous, relax. It's your Parliament, so welcome. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We have been given the responsibility by the Speaker of the National Assembly to conduct a process to interview candidates that could be considered for a next NYDA board. We are, members of Parliament on the left will all be able to interact with you. They'll have about 40 minutes for an interview with you, which means you've got about 3 minutes for each answer. At the outset, maybe we could ask you to just start by telling us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, why you're passionate about youth development issues, and why you would like to be given an opportunity to serve on a next NYDA board.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon to all members of Parliament. My name is Abiso Nicholas Nyati, but I go by Nicholas Nyati. And there is a reason why I go by Nicholas Nyati. The name was given to me by my late father. So when he passed away, I decided to use the name Nicholas. Nicholas is a Greek name that means victory for the people. And that is what has brought me here today. I am from Kergood, a small citrus farming community in the Eastern Cape. I did my schooling there. That numbers as good as your yellow t-shirt, your yellow shirt, you know those Quintal 4 schools, I used to go to them. I went to university in Nelson Mandela Bay, and that's where my activism started. When I went to NMU, I studied nursing, and I saw many of my peers getting excluded. I said, this cannot be. They were getting financially excluded because they could not afford to pay for their fees. I founded a nursing society, the first ever NMMU nursing society that looked at representing those students. I was the chairperson. When I founded that society, we managed to save quite a few. Afterwards, students approached me and said, Nick, perhaps you can do this for the whole of health faculty. I then moved up to serve in the SRC with the highest votes ever for the health faculty rep. During my year as a health faculty rep, I assisted many students, particularly from rural areas in the Eastern Cape, to get access to university. Not just access, but after they've entered institutions of higher learning, to be able to have a voice that is going to speak to them. This then led to me extending and growing in my leadership. I became SRC president, representing students in 11 institutional committees. That's where I got to understand what higher education is and the challenges that students face in higher education. I understood that it is not just about the access, but actually about the process, meaning the living and learning in an institution of higher learning. What we see in CPUT is what we experienced during my time when I was there, where you see students without NSFAS, students without funding, and students that are facing challenges, and that is the youth of South Africa. Those students are going to be kicked out of the higher education system, and they're going to become unemployed. It is sad because it is not only them that are being affected, but it is their families. Because when you go to university, you are going there with a dream to transform the situation back at home. I took that 2017. After I was SRC president, I got admitted at Hunters Creek, which is a mental health institution. I went there because when I was SRC president, Madam Chair, I was attacked more than 8 times physically by opposition parties or opposition party, and that affected my mental health. So that's when I dropped out. I was like, no, this is too much for me. I can't afford it. It was also covered on media with the attacks being displayed on media. I dropped out, I was admitted for 3 months in a mental institution. And I say it proudly because as black men, we're always taught not to speak about our mental health challenges. After that, I went to work for my political party where I was working as a staff member, managing Ngoga constituency, which is the biggest constituency in Nelson Mandela Bay, predominantly made up of township areas. I said, I'm not doing enough for young people. I started a foundation called the Enabling Dreams Foundation. I was the co-founder and the first chairperson of that foundation, a foundation that looked at assisting young people who have got an idea of starting NPOs and wanting to give back to communities. After 1 year of serving there, I became a councillor. I said, I don't want to corrupt this NPO that I've started. I gave it to a friend of mine. May his soul rest in peace, Lutojet Sovotela, to continue whilst I concentrate on my politics. I've served as an advisor to the former mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay. I've served as an executive support officer in human settlements, addressing the challenges in human settlements. Because as Umdano Pumetio Jombeni, and who also grew up in a mud house, I understand the importance of a person staying in a house with electricity, running water, and a bricked house. So I served in human settlements. Currently, I'm still serving as a councillor in Nelson Mandela Bay, but I have a passion for youth development. I applied for the NYDA chair because I'm one of the people who are very vocal to say NYDA is not doing enough. NYDA has become a cash cow of a certain political organization. And this is not me. This is the sentiment that young people feel on the ground. In terms of a state entity, it's not only about the good governance, but also the perception. The perception is controlled by those who lead that entity. Last year, in fact, this year, 8th of January, the current board members were wearing ANC t-shirts here in Cape Town during the January 8th on the budget of the NYDA. One of them was even being interviewed today. I'm like, but guys, we're trying to fix this mess. So I applied chair because I understood that NYDA has got a potential to assist young people in South Africa who desperately need this thing. Yes, I am political, but throughout my journey in my politics and in my service, I've always understood that there's a separation between party and state. Throughout my journey in my leadership, I've always understood the plight of the people because I know what it feels to sleep with an empty stomach, and I know what it means to rely on a government that is functional. Because the only way we can truly address unemployment in this country is if we get a government that works, a government that attracts investment, and at the center of that government is going to be an entity such as the NYDA, which is going to act as a catalyst to address those challenges.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nyati. Over to you, Mama Maigo.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Nyati. I'm Honorable Khwetana, also a member of this committee. Mr. Nyati, the National Youth Development Agency was established by an Act of Parliament, NYDA Act 2008. The NYDA Act was subsequently amended in 2024. Now, Mr. Nyati, my question is, could you briefly elaborate on your understanding on the functions of the NYDA in terms of the Act?
No, thank you, Mama. I think perhaps the question of understanding the functions, we must first understand where the NYDA comes from. Before that Act was brought to Parliament, in 2008, government said, we are facing a challenge which is youth unemployment. Young people are not getting opportunities. Young people do not have a center where they can go to. Government then said, we're going to take Umsobomvu Youth Fund and the National Youth Fund to combine them into this structure that we call the NYDA. The primary objective of the NYDA is to act as a catalyst in addressing the challenges that young people face. What are these challenges? The challenge of education and skilling, the challenge of unemployment, the challenge of getting young people included in the economy. How does the NYDA do this? There are guiding policies that we have to take us to this vision. Because remember, this vision speaks to the NDP, which is your National Development Plan. Now, we've got policies that speak to this that the NYDA must be able to implement. In the Act, Mama, we say, NYDA, you're going to be a catalyst to get people into opportunities. How are you going to do this? Number one, those who want to start businesses, let's give them funding. Number two, those who want access to training, let's give them training. Are we doing enough? The answer is no. Because currently our cap is only 250,000 for a person to start a business. That's why you see many SMMEs of young people failing. Two, the upskilling. We skill them, then what? SITAs are returning money, NYDA is not doing enough. The other factor that NYDA was then tasked with was the issue of advocacy. Advocating for policy changes that are going to be directed at addressing youth challenges. Are we doing enough? In my view, no. But that's the task of NYDA. If I were to be elected as a board member, Mama, since we are speaking about the Act, I think the best one is that NYDA needs to be at the forefront of addressing the challenges. Because one of the objectives says NYDA needs to be a link between national, provincial, and local government with young people. It does not make sense to me, Chair, that you have municipal offices in Nelson Mandela Bay, in El Dorado, but there are no NYDA offices. It does not make sense to me that you have dilapidated buildings that belong to the municipality that get hijacked by people who are here illegally, yet NYDA is spending thousands of rands renting office space. Why not take those offices, working with local government, and be able to solve that? Now, when we speak about NYDA objective being taking young people to include them in the economy, the province has got a mandate to address economic challenges in their provinces. I'll make an example in the Eastern Cape. It does not make sense to me that Eastern Cape provincial government is not working with the NYDA that has got a mandate to work with provincial government. To say in the Eastern Cape you've got tourism potential, what infrastructure developments or improvements are we making in the Eastern Cape that are going to introduce jobs for young people? And secondly, what business models in the Eastern Cape that speak to the ocean economy, seeing that you have got 2 harbors in the Eastern Cape, that speaks to agriculture, that speaks to tourism, seeing that you have got the Big 7. What young people are we supporting to address those things? What you are doing, you are including young people in the labor market, thus including them in the economy. You go to Northern Cape, people are mining there, sugilite, a strong metal, illegal. Sugilite, when you mine, what is this thing, coal, it's attached there. In South Africa, only 2 people have got a license to mine sugilite. Both of them are white, both of them are male, both of them are old. At a policy advocacy level, why are we not advocating to say young people must get a license, or at least a priority to get a license to mine sugilite that they can export to the Asian market? That way you are including them into the economy. When we speak, now if you've noticed, I used a different example for Northern Cape, I used a different example for Eastern Cape. I'm doing this deliberately because the structure itself, NYDA, is supposed to address all these challenges specific to the regions. Why don't we have offices utilizing offices of the municipalities and province? The other mandate of the NYDA, Mama, is to address the health challenges. Health is twofold. There's the physical health, as a person who studied nursing but unfortunately dropped out. There's the physical health, but also there's the mental health. What is NYDA doing to address that? Are we doing enough? My view, no, we're not. And I'm sure a colleague will ask me what we can do, and I'll be able to answer that. But that, in a nutshell, Mama, is the objectives of the NYDA and what we're supposed to do. And hopefully when I get this, I'll be able to implement it.
Thank you. Dr. Leklape, just be mindful of the 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I thought there was a timer.
Oh.
Now, you've explained. Oh, my name is Khosi Leklape. I'm an alternate member of this committee. You've explained about the Act, what it represents. You now have the opportunity to tell us about what strategies you devise to ensure that the agency effectively implements the youth development programs.
This, you know, when you look at the NDP and you read it, it speaks about a long-term vision in addressing these systemic challenges. And I think the best approach to address the challenges that we face or the strategies to implement the Act, we can all agree in this House that the youth is a time-ticking bomb. Young people are frustrated, young people are out of jobs, young people are the perpetrators when it comes to gender-based violence. It is because we as government have failed them. And I'm saying we because I see myself already inside. Now, the strategy, the first one, is to take the NYDA back to what it was meant to be. How you do that is by fixing the perception that young people have of the NYDA. The perception that young people have is that a cadre will be deployed to lead the NYDA, whether they qualify or not. The second one is that that thing is decided before the interviews come. I am happy that this committee has been rigorous in how you are interviewing candidates. At least young people are commenting on social media and saying, we love this process and it's going towards the right way. That's the first one, fix the perception. The second one, how do we utilize the 9 clean audits that we've been getting? 9 consecutive clean audits. How do we utilize that to leverage for more money? There is money in SETAs. If you look at AgriSETA, it's taking money back. Take that money, develop your people, train them. When you train a person, if you look at the youth chair, you've got different categories of youth. You've got graduates who are unemployed because they're unemployable. Take that money, train these graduates to become employable. I'm sure you committee members have seen people with PhDs, masters, and what can answer in an interview. That's the employability aspect. We need to train people to become employable, the graduates. You have your people who are out of matric, those who've passed matric and have been failed by the system because there's not enough space in institutions of higher learning. Currently, students here in CPUT are getting rejected. They're going to go back home. What programs can we present for those people? Thinking on the top of my head, and hence I was saying, each province is going to be different. If I were to think at the top of my head, Premier, why can't we take the Eastern Cape and make it the biggest call center province in the world? Where we take young people who have dropped out of matric, you train them for 6 months, they become the best call center agent. That person has got experience, has got an income, and it also takes us to what the NDP wants to achieve. NDP says we want to at least decrease the number or the percentage of households that earn less than 491 rands a month. You are addressing that because these people are going to earn minimum wage and you are putting them into the sector. When you put them to the sector, they contribute to the economy and they pay tax, which allows us to service people. The other one, we have spaza shops in this country. This is where the intergovernmental sectors come in. For me, it does not make sense that as a young person, I'm expected to contest and to compete with a person who is in the country illegally, sleeps on top of the sugar and the flour there in that shop. I must register my business. I must go and buy expensive stock. I must rent a place, and then I must sell to my community. My spaza shop is going to fail. But if municipalities or local government were implementing their bylaws, that says you need to register your business. You can't sleep where there is food. If local government was implementing those bylaws, we would at least give young people a fighting chance in these communities. But this data is going to happen now at a practical level. When I come in the first 3 months, we re-establish the subcommittees of the board. The board has a mandate to have committees. There have been brilliant candidates here, and not all of us are going to make it. Those who don't make it, I'm going to take them, incorporate them to those committees. There were brilliant candidates from other boards. Take them, incorporate them into those policies. And then that way we can be able to find solutions as young people through decentralized. Hey, I'm passionate about this thing, Chair, sorry. Okay, no problem, no problem.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Nyati. I'm Angel Kanyile and I'm the member of this committee. Mr. Nyati, while you were answering the question on the NYDA Act, you've also touched or covered the question on mandate. However, my next question to you will be, what can be done to change the negative perception amongst young people about the NYDA?
Thank you very much. The first one is this committee being rigorous with us, and you've done that. The second one, honestly speaking, is whichever candidate performs the best, has the best vision, give it to them. That's the only way. Whatever candidate is passionate, shows the vision, displays a proper vision for the youth, give it to them. The second one, if you look at good governance, governance is all about accountability. I have a feeling, or young people have a feeling out there, that we don't do enough to hold the NYDA accountable. These guys, after they make the board, they do anything they want. They attend events in their political regalia, they do their stuff, they give things to their friends, and that's the perception, because it's a reality. So in fixing that perception, you need to fix those systemic challenges. To say, how do we, Nicholas, how do we hold you accountable as this committee when you have worn a political T-shirt in an NYDA thing? And then the last aspect in my point, seeing that I have only 3 minutes, I don't think board members are doing enough to utilize this committee. Chair, has the NYDA ever went to your constituents? Every member of parliament has got a constituent. Why, as the board, are we not first starting there? To say, honorable member, I'm going to come to your constituents. When you do that, you're doing 2 things. The honorable member, you're winning their trust. They can see the challenges that you face. The second one, people see, okay, Nicholas belongs to the EFF, but I saw him with an ANC member, a PA member, a DA member. As an ordinary South African, maybe I can come to this NYDA and be able to interact with them. Not that because I'm an ANC member, I'm only seen with ANC or in ANC events. And perhaps I think that's the perception. My practical stance, I'm going to start with the 400 members of parliament. When I make this board, hopefully as a chair, I can call all of you and say, when am I coming to your constituency, so that we can go and work for young people, so that I can also hold you accountable whilst you hold me accountable. That way we'll fix the perception.
Thank you so much. Greetings to you. My name is Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. My question to you today is, what are the 5 main principles of good governance within the context of a democratic government and efficient public service? And what do you do to enhance the NYDA to conform to the principles of good governance?
You are asking me about the King 4 report, the principles of good governance. We can never read the King 4 report or the principles of good governance without looking at the PFMA, which is the Public Financial Management Act, because we're dealing with public funds. Corporate governance speaks about accountability, responsiveness, responsibility, transparency. Mine is the one of transparency because it addresses also Honorable Angel Kanyile's question of how we win the confidence of the people to trust the NYDA. With transparency, people must be able to see the processes in which the structure is taking to give Jasmine this funding. Currently, it's not being done. What is being done currently is that we only see numbers to say, okay, we've supported this business, that business, that business. Yet, when you look at Honorable Spears used to be a mayor, in local government, all tender processes must be open to the public so that we can win the accountability to please the #1 stakeholder, which is your residents. In NYDA, in my view, the board has been functioning in a way that their #1 priority or stakeholder is the committee. Because they come here to be appointed, then they come here to account. But they're not accountable to the people on the ground, which is the youth. So the principle of governance are there. The clean audits can come, the PFMA can come, but if you don't have impact on the ground, then what good is your good governance? Mine would be, we need to have impactful solutions, the solutions that I've explained earlier, and also other ideas from young people, because young people have the ideas, but they need an ear to listen. And that's what the NYDA is supposed to be, a bridge between young people and an ear to listen and implement their ideas.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Nyati, I'm Ellen Auspice. You know my credentials, I see. So I'm a member of this committee. Now you have quite elaborately spoken about a number of issues that cross-cuts on some of the questions. So I want to stick to governance, and you've mentioned the King 4 report. Now, effective governance in the public service encourages decision-making and efficient use of resources. So if you were to become a member of this board of the NYDA, how would you ensure that there is absolute good governance in the agency as a board member?
Look, governance is all about systems. I strongly believe if we've got strong financial management systems, we can be able to ensure the good governance. But as I've said before, what is more important to me is the impact. Because remember, when we speak about, you are quoting the NDP, which speaks about utilizing the limited resources for effective impact. The key word being impact. Yes, the systemic things can be there, but without any impact, what are we truly doing? So I want to introduce a new culture where we don't just look at governance from a point of clean audits, a point of, because clean audit says I'm going to buy this water, then I buy this water. It doesn't go and check if someone drank this water, did they pee after drinking, did they get health. For me, that's not enough. Young people need an impact, and to ensure system, the first one is systemic. Fix all that thing there, the cadre deployment there, we need to fix it. I'm ready to go and fix it. The second one, manage the perception. The third one, be transparent to our people. And then fourth one, which is going to be a big challenge, ensure that the impact is felt. And, Mama, as a bonus, where these boards have been failing, we don't have succession plans. A board just comes and then leaves. There's no handover to say, this is where we took this thing, this is where we are, that's where the NDP is. So you, comrades, are going to take it from here, continue here, from here, continue here. So that umntana kamama Maybell can be able to benefit from the board. And it's not happening because there's no succession plan. All of them, they come. The first board said they'll bring R. Kelly. What is R. Kelly going to do for the people? What do you remember about the second board? They built a tombstone for 150,000. What do you remember about the third board? They moved an RTB house with 8 million. That's what young people know when you Google NYDA. What is the succession when it comes to addressing the challenges that young people are facing? And it's going to need us and the committee. I don't want this thing of an NYDA board that thinks the only time that they come to this committee is to ask for more money, be interviewed, or come and give the report. This committee should be collaborative because also you are the custodians of helping us working together to fix the youth unemployment that is there. Because when young people stand up and we have an Arab Spring in South Africa, it's going to affect all of us. And we have that huge responsibility as this committee working together with the board to address that. So when I become a board member, Mama, those are the things I'm going to implement. And I'm going to keep saying this thing because I'm prophesizing it when I become a chair.
I must just say that the board did come to my constituency, at least, although it was towards the end. There is a start was made.
I will make sure we'll come 5 times.
Yeah, they have been reaching out to members who come to their constituencies. Honorable Shawango.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nyathi Sawubona.
Malo, Mama.
You, if I understood well while you were telling us about yourself, you said you are a councillor.
Yes, Mama.
Currently.
Yes.
Okay, my question will be on the NDP. And answering to this question, I want you to also talk to your current position, what you are doing in your area. The NDP highlighted that having a relative young population that can be advantageous, provided the majority of working age individuals are gainfully employed. So in this NDP, taking into consideration the current labor market situation in the country and in your locality, what can you recommend to ensure that public and private sector prioritize employment of young people, both skilled and unskilled? Because you know we've got that generational mix, we've got those dynamics in our locals, that some they are skilled, some they are unskilled. What can you recommend that both public and private sector prioritize that category? Thank you.
Okay. No, thanks, Mama. Look, Mama, I'm going to give you a snippet and then answer your question. When we want to address challenges such as unemployment, it's difficult to catch them at the head. Unemployment needs to be a collaborative effort between basic education, social services, because you look at the ECDs, then you bring it up with the curriculum. Are we giving people the relevant skills to address the current challenges that we face as a country? But now let's say the problem is already here. Young people are unemployed. You can never get an investor to come and invest in your municipality or in your community if you don't do the basics. Basics being, there must be a permanent supply of electricity and water. There must be infrastructure, there needs to be a road. There must be security. If local government, now I'm relating it to my job, if local government can make sure that we achieve these things as stipulated in the Constitution, as stipulated in the NDP, we can be able to attract private investors. When private investors come, we remove the red tape that is making it difficult for people to start businesses. And secondly, we subsidize them for employing young people into those opportunities. With what I am saying, you start creating jobs from the minute you start digging a road. You create jobs from the minute cars start moving there. If a person starts a bakery there, the baker gets a job, the security guard gets a job, the driver gets a job, and all of this can be young people. But it can never be done by this committee alone or by the NYDA alone. It needs local government to also come to the party to fix these infrastructural challenges that collaborate with each other. Hence, I was saying that the NYDA is a bridge between all these departments. At an advocacy level, what is the NYDA advocating for in local government is going to play a major role. So for me, I believe that all of us need to pull up our socks, local government, provincial government, and the NYDA. Then we can be able to fix those challenges. But to think that government is going to absorb the 30 million youth that are unemployed, we are joking. Whether we like it or not, we need the private sector. And to attract the private sector, we must work and subsidize them for hiring young people. At an advocacy level, I'm going to advocate for that. You hire 500 young people, I give you 0.05% tax rebate.
Honorable Kowane. Ke leboga Chairperson. Thobela ntate Nyathi.
Malo mama.
Ke go swaretse question. The short one. My question is the National Development Plan highlighted the need for addressing political administration interference, which sometimes causes instability in the public service. So my question is, in your own opinion, what causes the political interference in the administration, and how can you eliminate that one? Provide the practical examples.
Mama, I think the first one is that it starts with oneself. It starts with me. When I'm chairperson of the board, I can't interfere and think I'm going to instruct on where does a tender go, where does this go. But from what I've seen from experience, most of the time, the people who chow the most money are the officials. The politicians just get breadcrumbs and they get used to support particular decisions. The first aspect, let's stop mixing this bloodline between state and party. We need to separate state and party. The second one, get officials based on merit, not based on what card they are carrying. Whether you're wearing a blue t-shirt, a red t-shirt, a yellow t-shirt, we need to get you there based on merit. Then the third one, there must be accountability and consequence management. In this country, there's no consequence management. A person gets implicated in stealing millions. They are guilty, they stole millions. No, we're going to take the cars. Take that person to jail so that they know stealing is wrong. And then the other one, Mama, when we speak about the NDP goes further to speak about getting people involved in their democracy. Our people are also to blame because our people are not involved in their democracy. Our people would rather say, I'm not going to go and vote because Eleanor is stealing money or Jasmine is stealing money. Go and vote them out. Don't fold your arms. Our people don't go to IDP. Don't go to provincial imbizos. Don't hold the government accountable. Don't hold public reps accountable because we have created a perception that we are semi-gods. We are bigger than the people, and it's within all of us. So to fix that systemic challenges is going to start with me. After me, it's going to start with you. Then we're going to go and give our people the power that they have. If our people can realize the power that they have, they can be able to hold us accountable. And I'm telling you, if they hold us accountable, we'll start acting the right way.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Tiamo Tsotetsi.
Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, Mhlengasi.
Molo, molo, bot.
Now you say that, my name is Tiamo Tsotetsi, but I've heard you mentioning the name of a number of members of the committee. You probably may know that I'm Tiamo Tsotetsi.
I go with all of you.
No, thank you. Look, you would have mentioned earlier on that you unfortunately suffered mental health issues as a result of the violence that you would have been exposed to. Now, I believe that would have given you a better understanding of what young people are confronting in South Africa and so forth. I'll take your version for this purpose. Now, what do you understand to be the barriers to mental health care for South African youth when you're encountering all that distress situation? What did you experience to be the barriers between you at that state and becoming all right? And how do you think that relates to majority of young people in South Africa?
Leader, as a country, we are very traumatized based on our history in terms of violence and all of that. To an extent that we've become to accept violence as a norm. As I was saying to you, I got attacked 8 times. I only reported the 8th time. Because someone came to me and said, "Dear Chief, you can't tolerate this thing." With South African youth, the biggest challenge is that most of the time we don't know that we are going through mental health challenges. During this time when I was SRC president, I was drinking. For me, I thought I was having fun. Kandi, I was suppressing something that was deeper than just having fun. Most of our youth don't know that they are facing mental health challenges. The second aspect is that we have not normalized coming out and saying, I think I might have a problem. In our societies, when you admit to having mental health problems, you're seen as weak, especially as a man. As a female, they say, oh, this one, she likes being too soft. Now, for me, in an ideal society, you have got a subject called LO. And I saw this other MP saying LO must fall. For me, LO must not fall. Take that LO and utilize it to address the social challenges that we face as a country. Teenage pregnancy. Start teaching kids about safe sex from grade 6 already. You are not encouraging them to have sex, but you are preventing unwanted pregnancy and STIs. Take that LO and normalize it as a subject where kids come to this class and they're able to speak about their challenges. What you are doing, you are building a new culture in our society where it is okay to be vulnerable, where it is okay for men to cry. Do you know how difficult it is for men to cry? The minute you cry, you are this weak man. And I was saddened. Yesterday I was on Twitter, Chair, and I saw a member of parliament posting a guy who was struggling in this panel during an interview process. Do you know how painful cyberbullying is? That in itself is a perpetuation of mental health by our own leaders. So that's the biggest challenge. And people are laughing, ha ha ha, why did he go there? When I came here, I was nervous. I'm like, hey, I don't know how to trend. Honorable Adonis was a difficult question there. Then now my ask here.
Yes. So no. It's still me. Now, of course, you are in the interview for the board of the National Youth Development Agency. Hence, I would have said that over and above your experience, how do you think the young people of the country are equally affected by such circumstances? But over and above, what we want to hear from you is to say, over and above all these things, what do we then do with the problem? Because the idea is to try and get young people who are having creative solutions for problems that we are confronting as the country. Now, just in brief, we have had the problem statement. Can you take us into the loop as it relates to what do we then do with that problem, and how does the NYDA play a leading role in as far as that solution is concerned? Thank you very much.
Okay. Look, I think for me, in addressing your question, Honorable Member, in addressing your question, what I'm doing now is a display of young people to come and speak about their mental health challenges. Because remember, I'm a leader of society. For young people to see their own leader speaking about the challenges that he went through, you are already inspiring 5 young people who are going to come and speak out about their challenges. The second aspect in addressing your question, I spoke about at a long-term and at a policy advocacy level, advocating in basic education to take LO and translate it into a subject that speaks to the challenges that young people face. Because if you remember, the mandate or the objectives of the NYDA is to also at a policy advocacy level. There's no quick fix solution to address mental health challenges. Yes, you can make social workers available, you can have offices, you can have SASSA, but if we don't fix it systematically, we will never address the big youth populace. Hence, I was saying, let's address it where we have young people, which is a basic education from grade R up to grade 12, and hopefully those ones who would have missed there, we catch them at a higher education aspect. But yeah, if we are to speak, NYDA, give me a practical example. Local government have recreational centers in each community. NYDA is going to bring social workers. Young people who want to go and address mental health challenges can go and visit those spaces. But it's a systemic challenge. It's not going to fix overnight. And hence I was giving you the broader vision of a policy aspect where we can fix mental health, because it's a policy issue.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to our candidate, and I'm wishing you all the best throughout the interview process. My name is Tsegofatso Megan Chauke Adonis, and I am a member of this Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. My question is centered around mental health, just adding on to what the Honorable Tiamo has alluded to, and in your response as well. One would want to know, as a potential candidate of the NYDA board, what intervention strategies would you come up with as part of interventions to address mental health challenges that are faced by young people? But additionally, what would be some of the collaborative interventions that you would then develop as part of innovation or as part of making sure that we have collaborative efforts that are taken into consideration so that we are able to develop meaningful, sustainable, and impactful solutions for young people? Thank you.
It's a loaded question. Look, I think we are going to have to use what we already have at our disposal. If you look at South African constitution, you look at our government as a whole, government says there must at least be an access to a clinic, né, for every member. It's there in the NDP and also in the constitution. A clinic falls under primary health care. Primary health care, in its definition, deals with preventative measures. Mental health challenges lead you to depression, anxiety, suicide, alcohol abuse, violence, and all these things. The collaborative effort one would need to do within the scope of NYDA, which says address health, work with stakeholders, incorporate those clinics that are already there. Because the clinics already have the infrastructure in our communities. The clinic already have access to social workers in our communities. But young people, let me be honest, are not going to come. As an NYDA perspective, you have a Nicholas, who will be the chair, who already went through this journey of mental health challenges. As your advocate and your face of saying, young people, utilize the services that are here. The second aspect, you have young people who are at work, who are in the workplace. What are we saying to these companies when it comes to mental health challenges? Do these companies have occupational therapists and therapists in the workplace? And what are these therapists doing? Mental health, no one will come to you because it's not like an injury where you can see it. I can't see if Honorable Adonis has got a mental health problem. The only thing we can do as an NYDA or as a government is to create a safe enough environment that says it is okay to not be okay. And that starts with all of us. Starts with me, starts with you. Creating that environment and making the resources through the Department of Health, Department of Basic Education, Department of Social Services available to the young people. For a person as Jongesipili and Ati and right, and then they present themselves. If we're speaking about broken hands, it would be easy, I would say, I'm going to murder them with bandages. But mental health, it's an internal thing that a person needs to come forward. So it is my responsibility, it is your responsibility to tell them it's okay to not be okay.
Mr. Nyati, is there anything else you would like to say in conclusion? Any concluding remarks?
Thank you. That's my only one.
Short and sweet. But now, Honorable Sotetsi, why have you taken over from Honorable Lonzi?
Oh, no. I was.
No, wait, sit down.
I wanted to preempt the closing remarks of the candidate.
Oh.
I just imagine that when he closes, he was going to say, "I am equal to the task of being a chair."
No, I thought, in fact, he has already made his closing remarks early on when he told us he's the next chairperson. So. Mr. Nyati, no, thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to interact with you. I think it's always, for this portfolio committee, a great honor and a pleasure to engage with young people that are so passionate about our country, that are so passionate about the issues facing young people. Thank you for putting your hand up to serve. Thank you for the issues that you are doing around mental health awareness. I think it's something that's really, as a young person, my mother struggled with depression and, she never got better because it was not a situation where in our families we spoke about it. And so she was never able to get the help that she needed, and she passed away at an early age. But I think those are some of the issues that we really need to tackle, and the fact that you are willing to talk about it already starts to educate more young people about some of these challenges that we face. So thank you very much. The process is going forward. You were the second last interview for the day. We have got one more candidate to interview. Next week we'll deliberate on the candidates. We will compile a report. The report will serve in front of the National Assembly. Then our recommendations will be sent to the President of the Republic, and he will then exercise his prerogative to appoint 7 candidates to serve on a new NYDA board. We wish you well, travel safely, and I'm sure we'll engage again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable members. Let me carry my. Yeah.
Bonga, Makanya. Again from the greatest province, KwaZulu-Natal. Most welcome, all the way from the Zulu Kingdom. You are our last candidates, so you must really feel welcome, feel relaxed. Now is your opportunity to engage with Parliament. We are the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Here are honourable members that are on the Portfolio Committee. I'm Liesel van der Merwe, I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. We will this afternoon spend about 40 minutes with you. Each honourable member will have an opportunity to engage with you So you'll have about 3 minutes to answer their questions. If you're not sure, just look towards my side. I don't have a red card, but I'll signal from this side. But you're most welcome. Please just start by telling us a little bit about yourself, where you come from, what your background is, what you are passionate about, why you are passionate about youth development issues, and why you would like to be considered to serve on the next NYDA board. Over to you.
No, thanks, Chairperson. My name is Bonga Makanya. I come from the province of KwaZulu-Natal, in the city of Durban, eThekwini, and to be more precise, a very small township called Lamontville. And I later moved to Johannesburg to pursue my studies at Wits University, where I completed my BCom Economic Sciences in the year 2021. And where I'm currently pursuing my honors in applied developmental economics at the University of Witwatersrand in the School of Economics and Finance, which is where my consciousness grew in terms of understanding the political environment, understanding the plight of ordinary young people when I joined student activism. And I'm proud of the legacy that we left at Wits University, which is a very politically charged institution where we were able to contribute meaningfully in terms of student activism, where when we found a crisis of financial exclusion, which was at the time, I was then asked to assist in the 21 million rand in 2021 campaign, where we raised 30 million rand for the Wits SRC for 8,000 financially excluded students. Later, my politics in terms of, or my passion for youth development then later shifted away from the student space into the broader mainstream youth development politics, or the broader mainstream youth development environment, where I then founded the South African Youth Economic Council, which is a lobby and advocacy group for the inclusion of young people into strategic sectors of the economy. And I must say I'm pretty proud of the work that we've done at the South African Youth Economic Council. In a very short space in time, we've managed to secure massive partnerships and massive strides in terms of broadening access for young people into strategic sectors of the economy, including mining, agriculture, transport, and we've hosted a number of successful programs at the Mining Indaba, where tickets are about 100,000 rand per person, but we've managed to broaden access, bring together strategic players there. Our skills development symposium with the Department of Higher Education and Training, exposing young people to skilling opportunities in the sector, future of work. But I'm particularly proud of the work that we've done in the policy and advocacy space, where through SAIC we actually were able to contribute to the development of the Integrated Youth Development Strategy, which of course is now the implementation arm of the National Youth Policy. We were part and parcel of the stakeholders and constituencies that were part of developing that strategy. And later also contributed to the Junior Mining Exploration Fund, where 450 million rand is given to junior exploration mining houses by the Department of Mineral Resources. We've successfully lobbied for that fund to come into being. As a council, we successfully lobbied when that fund was actually announced at our dinner at the Mining Indaba with the ministry, together with players in the mining sector. Now in South Africa, there's a fund where junior players can actually get access to funding. So those are some of the policy development lobbying efforts that we've successfully championed, including, of course, even the upstream petroleum development bill. We've contributed to that, and the minimum wage bill, where we participated in the development of those policies. And I believe that now this obviously brings me to the question of the National Youth Development Agency, which I believe is at the heart of youth development in South Africa, the most strategic institution in terms of championing the issues of young people. And I believe that having done work outside of the, the system, it will be now high time that I actually raise my hand and come and contribute to the work of the National Youth Development Agency, where we can fully realize economic transformation in South Africa for young people, where we can fully position the National Youth Development Agency to being the vehicle that we as young people actually see it to be, because we see our hopes and aspirations in the National Youth Development Agency. And I believe that by raising my hand, got a set of skills, my commerce and economics background, that I believe I can come and contribute to the collective. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Shabangu.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Makanya, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm Fisani Shabang. Am I far from this? Why the look? Okay. I'm Fisani Shabangu, and you are welcome, and we appreciate that you are here to raise your hand and take whatever. So the NYDA, it is operating under acts, legislations. Can you tell us, in your own understanding, the functions of the NYDA in relation to the NYDA Act? Thank you.
No, thanks, Honorable Shabangu. So, according to the National Youth Development Act, there's several functions, including the National Youth Service, including the National Youth Fund, including as well research development, governance training, as well as lobbying and advocacy. And more recently, I think there was an inclusion or amendment to the Act that speaks to the management of all interventions related to youth development that would result in employment. So that's my understanding of the functions. Of course, I think the primary function is to ensure that there's, outside of the Act, because that's just what's in the Act, but outside of the functions is to also make sure that the NYDA is an effective vehicle to champion the issues of young people across the country, to make sure that it drives employment initiative, to make sure that it drives sustainable SMME development in South Africa. And I believe that through, for example, the National Youth Fund component of the function, you can actually start to see the NYDA being a serious force in terms of assisting SMMEs in South Africa. Because, for example, you've got many funds in South Africa, like your National Empowerment Fund, your IDC, which are different entities and serve different functions. But the Act actually even empowers the NYDA to consolidate some of those funds or some of the ring-fenced fencing for young people to support its work and its programs. So I think, of course, there's the prescribed framework in the NYDA Act, which I've outlined, but I think at the heart of it, the function of the NYDA is to work for all young people of South Africa, to advance them economically, to fundamentally change and empower their lives, and to deal with the current systemic challenges that young people face in South Africa.
Thank you so much. Honourable Polwani.
Thanks very much. Good day, Tate Makanya. Naki Honourable Polwani, ke member of this committee. So let me go straight to the question, because I hear you are, when you answer, you spoke about the strategies. You spoke about the programs. My question is that, what strategy would you devise to ensure the agency effectively implement the development programs?
No, thanks, Honourable Member. So I think the fundamental problem facing the NYDA at this current point in time is more of a basic administrative problem. So for it to effectively deal, or for it to effectively champion its programs, it ought to fix its basic administrative challenges. So right now, the NYDA, the criticism is that if you as a young person apply, you're firstly not going to hear from the NYDA, the response of it. They will probably tell you about some mentorship training and business training, which many young people say they attend, but they actually never get an outcome. So those are the basic complaints that young people have around the administration of the NYDA. And I believe that once you can begin to fix the basic administrative challenges, which include not getting a response or no receipt of confirmation. But secondly, most importantly, there's nothing that actually frustrates or breaks SMMEs and young people in South Africa like late payments. So for you to actually effectively champion your goals and your mandates as the National Youth Development Agency and your programs, I believe that we could set up a system if, of course, given the opportunity to serve on the board could actually set up systems to ensure that, firstly, within the first 14 days of your application, you are given a response. Definitely sure you will get a response, whether it's a positive or negative response, but you know where you stand. Those with the positive response in terms of accessing whatever service that the NYD has, they are paid within less than 30 days. And in my view, there's nothing that stops us in terms of the PFMA to pay, for example, youth SMMEs in less than 14 days. Because for any young business, the cash flow is a serious problem. If you're not paid 50,000 by the national, it will collapse your entire business. Whereas for bigger companies, they can go 3 months without getting paid. So for the NYDA to effectively champion its programs and its services, it ought to deal with its basic administrative challenges, which includes late payments, which includes not hearing back from them, and also developing systems that prevent, for example, for incompetence. So you could set up an online public system which every young person in the country can see that Bonga has launched an application and he's not been serviced. So it speaks to the issue of transparency and so on and so forth. So for me, at the heart of the NYDA right now, it's basic administrative challenges that can be fixed and easily resolvable by hiring a competent set of people that run the entity, which I believe many of them are very competent, but it just needs to go to the next stage now where young people can have the full confidence of the agency.
Thank you so much, sir. Honourable Spies.
Good afternoon, Mr. Makanya. Mr. Makanya, in your own assessment, do you think that the NYDA performs efficiently or performs its mandate efficiently? If you do think so, why are you saying so? And if not, what are the reasons, what are the shortcomings, and what would you propose to strengthen them? And if you could also kindly provide us with examples, practical examples.
No, thanks, Honourable Spies. So I think the NYDA has done a lot of good work for young people of South Africa. I believe that the National Youth Development Agency up to this point has done what it could with its limited budgets and resources to try and fulfill its mandate. To put it just plainly for you, like I think the NYDA has a budget of R1 billion and it needs to service close to 20 million young people. But if you even zoom it down to, let's say, 3 million young people who are neither employment and training, I believe they're doing the best with the available resources. However, I believe that the National Youth Development Agency could be reprioritized and repositioned institutionally for it to become less of an agency that funds SMMEs through small grants of 50,000 up to 250,000 Rand. And I believe that the NYDA should be able to have the capacity to fund young people who want to play a role in strategic sectors of the economy. For example, if a young person wants to own a KFC franchise and KFC says to them, here's a letter, you can buy the franchise today. The NYDA, through its own internal capacity, should be able to have the capacity to finance the acquisition of that franchise for that young person and be able to finance capital infrastructure for SMMEs. Because there are other DFIs and institutions in South Africa which do exactly that, but they are not necessarily focused on youth. So I believe that the NYDA, for its own sustainability, for its own cash-generating reserves, there's nothing within the PFMA that stops the National Youth Development Agency to consolidate funds towards, for example, the strategic financing of SMMEs in South Africa, meaning that if you've got a project as a young person, you've got a track record that meets our standards, we can finance you, and we take a very small percentage of interest compared to, for example, other DFIs or banks. That will allow the NYDA to generate revenue outside of the fiscus. It will allow the NYDA to be able to be sustainable outside the fiscus, because the fiscus only gives the NYDA 900 million rand or 800 million rand. But if the NYDA can raise funds and then finance other SMMEs which are growing, for example, there's a company in South Africa called Tepo Jeans, which I don't think that company has ever received government funding in terms of the NYDA, because even if it wanted to assist that company, it didn't have the capacity to go beyond 250,000 rand. So when are we start going to see youth-owned SMMEs that turn into big retail companies or big companies if the NYDA does not have the capacity to finance them? And I believe firmly that the NYDA can be repositioned to be able to finance any young person who wants to play a role in strategic sectors of the economy. And that's why I believe that it's falling short on its mandate, because it cannot even, there's not a single company that the NYDA can point to say that this is a big company that is a result of our funding. The IDC can do that. They can tell you about Signature. NEF can do that. It can tell you about Itsebolethu and many other black success stories in South Africa that have been funded by the government. But because of the NYDA's limited capacity to fund, it cannot do that. So therefore, we ought to reposition it to be a company or an entity that can fund young people into strategic sectors of the economy.
Thank you, Mr. Makanya. Honorable Peterson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Greetings to you, Bonga. My name is Jasmine Peterson, and I'm a member of this committee. Now, with respect to giving effect to the mandate of the agency, the NYDA Act and the National Youth Policy further highlight the principles that must be upheld to ensure youth development. My question is, what can be done, or what do you think can be done to change the negative perception amongst young people about the NYDA?
No, thanks, Honorable Member. So I think the only way to restore public confidence into our state institutions is by them, just as a general principle, by them working effectively. And I believe that if the NYDA can hire highly competent and qualified people, which I think it's done well in the past, who have systems and can enable them to do their work properly and effect the necessary change, we will start to see young people build confidence into the NYDA, and them to start to not think that it's an institution that belongs to a select few or a few group of people, but it actually becomes a people's institution that everyone can actually own and can actually claim. And another way that I believe we can build public trust into the NYDA is by making sure that the leadership, both in the board and in the management, is inclusive of the demographics of South Africa. Include people with disabilities in your senior management of the National Youth Development Agency. Include members of the LGBTQ+ in the management and the board of the National Youth Development Agency. Include young black women to serve in strategic roles in the NYDA. Because when young people can start to see themselves in our institutions, they can then start to believe in them, because they represent them, and they are not just, for example, in the most extreme case, we've got an institution that is white male dominated or black male dominated, that doesn't cater to other demographics, both spatially, geographically, and otherwise. So I think inclusivity is a big part of building public trust in our institutions, making our institutions to reflect us as ordinary young people, and making sure that they work effectively in what they've promised and what they've delivered on, and for you to start to see the impact and judge them based on that impact. So I believe if you can do fundamentally those two things, you'll start to see people actually saying that this institution works, and this institution works for all of us, and not just a select few.
Thank you so much. Honorable, yes, Megan Chalke-Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to our candidate. Wishing you all the best throughout this interview process. My name is Tsegofatso Megan Chalke-Adonis, and I am a member of this portfolio committee of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. My question is centered around good governance. Now, we know for any organ or institution, good governance is imperative for its operation, for its successful operation. Now, in your view, in terms of good governance, how will you, as an possible incoming board member of the NYDA, ensure good governance? And what are some of the practical examples of good governance? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Honourable Member, for the question. I think good governance must not be left to the device of individuals. So, for example, the answer that I'm about to give is not necessarily what I think about good governance. Is prescribed. It's prescribed through the Act. It's prescribed through the Companies Act. It's prescribed through the King IV Code, and as well as all the other legislation which actually prohibits us from doing anything else, because we all must conform to the law and the legislation that exists. So, for example, the National Youth Development Agency Act prescribes that this process must exist, which I think is also good governance in terms of shared roles and responsibility. But more importantly, once a board actually is in place, there are certain functions and responsibilities which the board must then outline through something that's called the board charter. And the board charter will then outline roles and responsibilities and also demarcation. Following from the board charter, well, in fact, so the board charter would then say the role of the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, the CEO, different members of the board. There'll be a company secretary who then coordinates these different stakeholders of the institution, which I believe is very, very important. Subsequent to that is then the delegation of authority. Once you've got a delegation of authority in terms of the do's and don'ts, how far the CEO can go in terms of the responsibility, how far the chairperson can go in terms of the responsibility, you start to see that you start to draw a red line in terms of what can happen and what can't happen. So that, for example, is very, very important. There ought to be a clear distinction between the board and the management. There ought to be, so that there's no interference from one or the other. And that keeps kind of like the checks and balances in place. So, and then subsequent to that, it's prescribed in the Act, in the Companies Act, that there ought to be subcommittees established by the board. So, for example, you'll have the Audit and Risk Committee, which is by law has to be there. I think in even instances of the public institutions, that committee must be chaired by an independent person. And that will be able to deal with issues of maladministration, any form of bad issues that are happening in the institution. The Audit and Risk Committee and any bad findings, audit findings, failure to conform with the PFMA, all those things. And there'll be different other committees, Social Ethics Committee, Remuneration Committee, Investment Committee. So there's various committees that then are set up. And then how the board then actually takes decisions is that there's no decision on the board that can be taken outside of a processed report by these committees. So the management will submit a report. The management will submit a report to the relevant committee. The committee will then finalize a report that will submit to the board. Then the board will make a decision. So these different layers or these different segments in terms of demarcating roles and responsibilities, different functions, structures, is a form of good governance that keeps the checks and balances. And subsequent to that, it's just making sure that, of course, you're always in line with all the regulations, especially the Public Finance Management Act, which is what governs the National Youth Development Agency, and make sure that you don't, because some of, I think, the mandates or the objectives of the NYDA board is to make sure that you are always in compliance with the Act. You can never be outside the Act. So once all those systems are in place and you build proper governance systems, you'll find that the institution then has proper checks and balances, and that's how you would establish good governance in the entity.
Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Tiamo Tsotetsi.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. My name is Tiamo Tsotetsi. Just to proceed from that, may you kindly mention and speak to the 5 main features of the good governance that we're talking about?
Thanks, Honourable Member. So I think without going to the crux of each one and what they are, but if I can recall correctly, it's obviously accountability, transparency, fairness, ethical leadership, and probably as well the issue of yeah, I think at this point, I think I can only recall 4, but I think you can always refer to probably the King 4 code to get the 5th one. But I don't think the issue of knowing the exact number at this point in time would is something material.
Okay. So when I said you also ought to speak to, I was basically saying that you probably have to explain them.
For all 4.
And because we are in the interview of the entity of the NYDA board, that you would also speak to how would the board conform to these features. I thought in brief that is what I was asking you to do.
So for example, on integrity, right? So you can't have questionable board members and expect there to be good governance. So you ought to have people who are honest, who can be reliable, and especially competent. I think that's a huge sign of integrity as well, your competency. That speaks to the members of the board. And then in terms of ethical leadership, is that you ought not to, especially when faced with, for example, a conflict of interest, where you are involved in taking a decision where you are compromised and and you fail to disclose that you then don't. So I believe that would then speak to the ethical leadership. In terms of fairness, there ought to be due process in how the board takes decisions. So, for example, if you've got an issue with an HR issue, that there's allegations of wrongdoing and it could lead to the person's dismissal, the board or whoever needs to take that decision can't just, it needs to be in compliance with the labor laws of South Africa and also the due process that exists within the institution or the framework that you would have put in place. So that speaks to fairness, that you ought to make sure that you keep in line with that, yeah.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Makanya. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this committee. Mr. Makanya, can you please tell us that, taking into consideration the current labor market situation in the country, what can you recommend to ensure the public and private institutions prioritize employment of young people, both skilled and unskilled, with the aim to reduce youth unemployment?
Okay, no, thanks. So I fundamentally believe that the National Youth Development Agency is not the only entity within government that is responsible for reducing youth unemployment, because it exists in a government framework that has other supporting legislation and policies which are aimed at reducing, firstly, the broad-based definition of unemployment, but also unemployment. Because, of course, you'd understand that youth unemployment is a structural issue, meaning that there's an element of education that is there. So if you are to resolve the unemployment crisis, the first starting point is to make sure that you've got young people who are highly skilled, they've got a basic education system that they can depend on, that after coming out of that basic education system, they can then be absorbed by the higher education system, or at the very least, your skills training for institutions like your CETAs. So once you can fix the education issue, in fact, you can probably check the numbers. The unemployment around graduates, whether they are from the universities or TVET colleges, is much lower than the broad-based definition of unemployment. So the first point is to make sure that free education is accessible to all, and we have free education in South Africa that speaks to everyone. Following from that, it's then making sure that the NYDA lobbies the support of the private sector to be able to absorb as many young people as they can into their value chains in terms of SMME developments, ESD programs. So, for example, if you have a big mining company, and it's probably an example I shouldn't have used, but you've got a mining company that's got this big budget in terms of its value chain, its services, we need to lobby the private sector to make sure that in its value chain, its procurement spend, young people are seen there. You prioritize about 40% of your budget to youth SMMEs who can then start to grow in that sector. So the use of the private sector in supporting SMME development is also very good for reducing the youth unemployment rates. Of course, the government can only do so much in terms of its mass employment strategy and its mass employment kind of approach, because there's only so many people you can employ with the government. But I do not believe that you should also abscond that responsibility. I think if you look at the numbers, about 1 million of the 16 million labor force is government, and then the other 15 million is the private sector. So we need the private sector to come on board, and I believe that the NYDA can play that function where you lobby JSE-listed companies, you lobby even unlisted companies, really, to say, what are you doing for youth development? What are you doing for young people? Because the private sector in South Africa is sitting on trillions of rands, which are untapped in terms of their reserves, that they can reinvest into the economy, build new industries, and the like. And I also believe working together with other departments as the NYDA can help us to reduce unemployment. I think I made the example earlier of the DTIC. They've said that they want to raise 100 billion rand for transformation. There's nothing that stops the National Youth Development Agency for asking for 5 billion of the 20 per year for ring-fenced financing for SMMEs. It's government to government. Treasury regulations probably permit it. In fact, they do. So, because there's partnerships all over government. Any form of support that the NYDA can coordinate, consolidate, ring-fence financing, all of those initiatives contribute to reducing youth unemployment. But we need to deal with the broader structural issue, which at the foundation is an educational issue. And then later, once people are educated, they need to be absorbed into the economy by the private sector, as well as some of course, of our parastatals, etc., etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Makanya. Dr. Lehlape.
Good afternoon. My name is Fosi Lehlape. I'm an alternate member in the committee. Now, the National Development Plan highlighted a need to address political administrative interference, which sometimes causes instability in the public service. In your own opinion, what causes political interference in the administration? And how can these causes be eliminated? And you're free to provide any practical examples.
Thanks, Honorable Member. So I think the issue of political interference relates to probably a cultural issue within our institutions. So I believe that once you start to bring in young people and fresh faces into institutions, you can start to change and shift the culture of that institution by making sure that it's a diverse institution, different backgrounds. But most importantly, outside of just a cultural shift in how our thinking is around the entity, how our thinking is about interference, etc., it goes back to the fundamental issue of building systems that prevent political interference or any sort of conflict of interest or any sort of moral hazard that exists between players in the entity. So that's why all your monitoring and evaluation systems in the entity become very key. The building of different structures in the entity, for example, your audit and risk committees, making hotlines for kind of like reporting of any form of corruption, anything like that. That, of course, is one element I view as kind of like it's kind of a corrupt thing to do, to try to interfere with a process that is meant to be independent. So you build systems that make it very difficult for anyone who wants to interfere to make it difficult for them to interfere. And you make sure that there's also consequent management if found that there was, for example, an issue of political interference. And I think as a country, we're starting to kind of lose patience with issues like that. And I believe that as soon as those issues do arise, there ought to be immediate consequent management, which probably results in a change of leadership or a change of some sort of fundamental change in the institution, because you can't go on where the lines end up being blurred. The systems are there for a reason, is to make sure that there are checks and balances, that there's no one who oversteps their functions and roles and responsibilities, so that the system can work. Once there starts to be political interference, it becomes a crisis. So, but additionally, it's also appointing the right people. But of course, you'd never know if you're appointing the right person until they're actually there. But making sure that you vet the people that you appoint. You don't appoint people with questionable backgrounds, etc. That also makes it difficult to reduce political interference and the like. But building systems and making it difficult for that to happen. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Makanya. Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you, Chair. I'd wanted to ask someone this question, but the motive of Honorable Angel is very powerful. I'm playing. That's on a lighter note, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Sihle Lonzi, member of the Portfolio Committee deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. Thank you very much, Mr. Makanya, for availing yourself for a very important institution that must serve all young people in South Africa, not only the politically connected. I've got a slightly technical question on the PFMA and borrowing. Can the NYDA borrow money? And please be precise. I've had problems with other candidates on these questions. If it is not empowered to do so, just say no, and then we're fine. If you believe that it is, based on your knowledge, which specific regulation would empower them to be able to borrow money, and what process would they be able to follow? I'm just trying to understand your comprehension of the PFMA in as far as the NYDA is concerned. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Lonzi. So, a fairly difficult question, I won't lie. But according to my understanding of the Public Finance Management Act, the PFMA, the role of the NYDA, and the prescriptions that are there for entities like the NYDA, which is a Schedule 3 entity. The National Youth Development Agency is empowered to take out loans. And the specific regulation that governs that is Section 66 of the PFMA, which allows any Schedule 3 entity to take out a loan. However, with limitations. So, for example, there's no Schedule 3 entity in South Africa that can take out a loan without their approval of the Minister of Finance, or Treasury rather. And in some instances, it does need Cabinet's approval, depending on the size of the loan, whether or not you're borrowing in a foreign currency, because obviously then you would be subjecting the country to loans which are backed by, or that are subject to market volatility. So Treasury does need to have some sort of an input. So for as long as the National Youth Development Agency is a Schedule 3 entity, under Section 66 of the PFMA, it is empowered to take out a loan, pending that it's approved by either the Minister of Finance or Treasury. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Honorable Mabel, you're the last one.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Makanya. Mr. Makanya, I'm Honorable Khwekana, also a member of this Portfolio Committee. I'll just go straight to the questions. Mr. Makanya, what barriers exist to mental health care for youth in South Africa? Number one. The second question, how do mental health issues impact youth in South Africa? And as a potential board member, what role do you think the NYDA can play in addressing mental health issues among you? Do you understand the questions? Thank you.
No, thanks, Honorable Member. And I think the issue of mental health particularly amongst young people, is something that is very, very close to me. So I think, for example, I think under the National Youth Policy, which the NYDA is expected under the Act to implement, one of the pillars speaks to health, and in particular mental health. So now, of course, it's a very it's a very sensitive issue, because you're referring to kind of like a health issue. I'm not a health specialist, but according to my understanding of how mental health ends up affecting young people, you end up having a situation where young people either firstly resort to substance abuse as a way to run away from the fundamental issue, which is that they've got mental health. That's just one component of it. Anxiety, stress. Then they use, substances to kind of, and then what that then does is that it could have a ripple effect into issues of crime, homelessness, and it ends up becoming a societal problem for us as a country, because now we've got millions of young people in the streets as a result of substance abuse. And I might not be a health specialist per se, but I fundamentally believe that substance abuse problem can be traced back to mental health. So we ought to build institutions that are very sensitive to mental health problems, both at a schooling level. We need to encourage young people, especially young black men, to speak out about their feelings and make it fashionable for young people to say that, they're not feeling too well, and get a health specialist that will actually be able to diagnose and say that you are actually clinically depressed, or you are actually suffering from anxiety, and we can accurately position the problem. Because if you don't, then you end up having spillover effects, which are very detrimental. And of course, in the most sad cases, when it leads to suicide and young people harming themselves. So the NYDA ought to create services within its profile that deal directly to that. And you can do that by partnering with other institutions within government, for example, the Department of Health, the Department of Social Development. Part of the work of the NYDA is to lobby other organs of state towards its youth priorities. And one of the priorities is mental health and health. So there's nothing that stops us from making sure that there are adequate resources to educate young people about mental health, and also to even take it a step further by funding sort of like cultural programs or cultural activities, including movies, etc. So, for example, when we had the issue of HIV and AIDS in South Africa, the early breakout, the use of TV and cultural platforms like the media through, I think I might have been too young to been there, but there was this show called Soul City or something like that, which was funded by the government to encourage people to go test and to tell people about HIV and AIDS, right? So the use of cultural activities like the media and TV, the NYDA can actually fund that with the DTIC, with the NVFV. There's some institution that funds movies and TV. So once you start to do that, you make it kind of like an accessible or very easy for people to come out and talk about, because we've normalized it through the use of culture and media. So we ought to destigmatize the issues around mental health through the NYDA, through its resources, through its lobbying advocacy work that it does with other public institutions, because then we'll start to see young people freely talking about how they actually feel and start to reduce the issues around mental health. And even it's particularly worse in universities. I don't know how many issues of mental health we have to deal with as student activists and leaders. So universities also need to play a role, research, take that research to the people and encourage people to kind of destigmatize mental health. I just don't want to elaborate too much on the specifics because it is a sensitive topic and I'm not a health specialist, but it's something I am very passionate about, but I don't want to go above my academic qualification in terms of what I can say and can't say on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Makanya. It's now your opportunity. You can just take a sip of water. Honorable Mabel.
Yes, very
Thank you, Chair. I have a follow-up question, Mr. Makanya. If Mr. Makanya, you are appointed into the board, what would be the programs you would like to run for young people in the rural areas?
No, thanks. Thanks, Honorable Member. As someone who, I'm from KZN, so I'm quite familiar with, I've got family from Kandla and Zwelboom, for very different parts of rural KZN. So it's something that I think growing up I was very passionate about, as to why do things exist the way that they are and how can we improve the lives of people from rural areas. And I think through the NYDA, we could, if of course appointed onto the board, if given that responsibility, could do a rapid land release program where we make sure that young people in rural areas across South Africa are financed to buy land by the NYDA to be able to fund their commercial enterprises. So anyone with, and of course working together with traditional authorities in South Africa, you could even pilot the project within Ngonyama Trust, which is also an entity of government, by the way, which a government-to-government program to say that we want to broaden access for land for young people in rural areas in KZN, and any young person that comes to the NYDA with a piece of paper from Induna that says that you can buy land, the NYDA will finance that land. And then you can be able to finance your commercial enterprise, particularly around agriculture. And we can, going back to the scaling of operations, that program can fund, people up to 3 million rand to buy or to finance firstly the land, but also the capital infrastructure around that commercial enterprise to scale up their business if they've got a sufficient track record towards or in relation to what maybe you would ask for. So you can have that kind of approach towards broadening access for young people in the rural areas, but also above and beyond that, if a young person wants to go into farming, but they don't have the capacity, we could then form a partnership with AgriSETA, which is a skills training development institution in South Africa, that trains young people, go through a 12-week training program. Once you've got a certificate from AgriSETA, you've got the land from Induna through the Ngonyama Trust, you come to the NYDA and we finance the purchase of land, and that can be a grant because you're starting out. And generally land in rural areas is not too expensive. I've heard people, I'm too young myself to be trying to buy land and property, etc. But I've heard that when trying to buy land, you can spend about 10,000, 20,000 on a piece of land in rural areas compared to the high market value of land in your urban areas. So it's a program that's even within the scope of the capacity that the NYDA currently has now. And I also believe that through the use of traditional authorities in Nduna and even churches or other religious institutions in our country, you can broaden the access of the National Youth Development Agency. You can, through innovative way, make sure that you've got, QR codes across different churches, religious institutions, deploy teams to those churches and religious institutions, because the NYD ought to be accessible to young people. So if you can't have a branch in Kandla, make sure that at least there are some churches that the NYDA has identified, that the NYDA can actually go send a team to, a team of personnel, help young people apply for NSFAS, help young people apply for bursaries across government. That's how you bring the NYDA closer to the people without even spending a cent more. It's just developing innovative ways of making it accessible to rural areas and urban areas. So I think rural development is something that I'm quite passionate about, that I think there's a lot of things that you can do if you, within the scope of the NYDA currently, but even if you broaden the scope. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Makanya. Mr. Makanya, it's now your opportunity to do your closing remarks if you want to say anything else in addition to what you've already said.
No, thanks, Chair. I think obviously the first thing would just to say thank you to the committee for all the work that you guys have put in. I think you guys serve in probably the most critical committee which speaks to youth. So I think thank you for your dedication to the work of this country and its people. The only question I guess I would ask is, of course, how would you guys broaden the access and reach of the work of your committee to making it more accessible to young people in townships and urban and rural areas? Because I believe that the work that you guys do is very, very important, but we need to see more oversight in those areas so that, you know, our executive can actually start to come there, including in some of these processes as well, of board appointments and the likes. I think it will be quite interesting to see how not only this committee, but other, you know, committees in Parliament broaden their access towards young people in rural areas and townships. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kanya. I think we're ending the interviews on a high note. It was a privilege to interact with you. I think as a portfolio committee, we share the sentiments that we want to see a portfolio committee and an NYDA working more closely together, but in particular doing work in our rural communities. It's one of our focus areas. Once we complete this process that we're busy with now at the end of March, we are going with the NYDA to KwaZulu-Natal, for example. So it is one of our focus areas. But thank you for sharing your innovative ideas with us. It was almost like a state of the youth address that you delivered. So thank you for that. And we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Continue to serve, continue to lead, and thank you so much for being a servant leader already in all the spaces that you occupy. So we wish you well, go well back to the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal, and we will be in touch. From here, the committee is now done. You were our last interview for this process. We will compile a report next week after deliberations, which will then go to Parliament for discussion and adoption, and thereafter it will go to the President, where the President will then apply his mind to pick 7 young people to serve on the next NYDA board. So thank you very much for your time. Colleagues, I think also this is an opportunity to thank you for your participation over the past 3 days. I think it was a robust, transparent process. I want to thank our support staff. I want to thank Mr. Dumizweni, Ms. Abrams, Dr. Tembe, Ms. Levendal, Ms. Matthews, Ms. Silly, Ms. Landu, the IT team at the back, our sign language interpreters, and also the team supporting our work, Ms. Megan Chalke Adonis. So colleagues, thank you very much. We will deliberate next week, and that brings to an end our 3 days of interviews, NYDA interviews. Thank you so much.
Thank you also, Chairperson.
Long live the chair.
Is it still a trap?